record that even our agenda, I mean, even our
meeting when we go into executive session first. So we're going to try very hard to come out to start at 5. From this point forward, I think if we go over an executive session, we'll plan on coming out at 5 for the public, not wondering what we're doing. And then we might have to go back to executive session and do since I'm just announcing that, we won't do that today. We will call this Tuesday, October 11th Town Council meeting to order. We have all of the council present. We'll start by the pledge of allegiance, followed by the invocation.
Let us pray.
Father, thank you
Again today for everything that you do for us, all the millions of blessings, not just for us, but for all the other people in our town. Beautiful piece of heaven here. Tonight, my prayer is that you give strength to the people in South Florida that were totally devastated, lost their homes, their loved ones, their boats, their businesses, everything. So please work in their hearts and the hearts of everyone to help them get through this time of crisis. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Larry. We have adoption of the agenda. Mr. Steve, any changes?
No changes.
No changes. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor, saying aye. Aye. That's unanimous. We have executive session first in our meeting, as I said earlier. So is there a motion to go into executive session for 4 items? FOIA Act 3470A2, and that's contractual matters relating to municipal judge contract. FOIA Act 3470A2, which is legal advice from town attorney regarding contractual matters regarding economic development and dedication, naming of town-owned property. FOIA 3470A1, which is personnel matters regarding town council appointments to boards, commissions, and committees, and FOIA 3470A2, consideration of Wall of Honor nominees and the Wall of Honor. Any discussion? There will be action, as you see. Adam. All in favor, saying aye. Aye. Opposed? We will go in the back. Judge, why don't we start with you and have some wait. No votes were cast. I see some of my neighbors in the audience. Hey, Jackson. Hi. How are you? We do have a motion out of executive session on 2 items. Is there a motion to approve Wall of Honor's recommendation to add Jacob Martin and Mary O'Hara to Wall of Honor as a
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Is there a motion to reappoint the following for another 3-year term to the Don Ryan Center for Innovation Board of Directors? Matt Green, Deborah Edmondson, Earl Davis, Jordan Tree.
So moved.
Any discussion? All in favor, say by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That's unanimous. We are moving on to adoption of the minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of September 13th?
Make that motion.
Is there a second? Any discussion? All in favor, say by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Who do we have?
We have Lily Kaufman.
Lily Kaufman. Lily, now I know why your brother's here.
Hi, I'm
Forward, come Lily and family. Absolutely. You're gonna read about Lily?
Yes. I'm Becky Hannis, the school counselor at Red Cedar, and we are so proud of Lily. Her character ed words were friendship and kindness. And we have Dr. Corley, the principal, and Miss Caney, her teacher, here today, and also everyone here. Great to see you. This is what her teacher said about her. Our team has chosen Lily Kaufman as our Student of the Month for friendship and kindness. In just the couple short weeks of school, it's obvious that Lily is a friend to everyone. She is kind and considerate. She will work with anyone and do so with a positive attitude. Lily has a kind, empathic heart. She may not want this part shared, but if she is chosen, we can find a way to get the same message across, because one day she handed me a note, and the note read that she thought a student looked lonely and was wondering what we could do to help him. This student is new to her school and hadn't really made friends yet. I talked with Lily to see her thoughts, and she asked if it would be okay to switch lunch tables so she could sit by him and talk with him at lunch. That was pretty awesome, because not many fourth graders would leave having conversations with friends to make a person they barely know feel better.
Yay, Lily. All of the grown-ups in the room are smiling because they love seeing young people that are thinking that progressively, that just to help others. And that just makes me proud. She is my neighbor. I did not know who was going to be here tonight, so it was quite a shock. So Lily, as they said, and we have the school district back there. We have Mrs. Crutchfield back there. She's with the school district. Years ago, I don't even know how many years ago, and I think we're the only council that does this. You might want to check. I think we're the only council that highlights our kids, because we want you to know you are probably more important than the people behind you. Because you are our future. And to do simple things mean something. Simple things. Somebody sitting at a table by themselves, that means something. And it teaches you as you grow older to keep thinking about that wherever you go. So we have lots of thousands of students in our district. Half of the school district is in Bluffton. So every single school nominates someone. All those nominations go into the cluster. So you are picked from Michael C. Riley and Red Cedar and Pritchardville and Bluffton Middle and Bluffton High and May River High. It's a lot of kids older than you. So you got this from our whole cluster. So you have a great certificate that will get framed. Y'all get framed. And you have a coin that's very special because we don't give it out. So this is a challenge coin. You can keep it or use it as you see fit. Okay? Dr. Corley's our favorite principal, so you're a great student. I don't see any other principals out there. So right now, she's our favorite. She's our favorite.
It's
So,
situational.
I know. Come, get closer. We'll get a picture. Come on. Right here. You get up. Jackson, the bar is high. Stay closer. Okay.
Feel too close to you, Doctor.
It's okay. Thank you. Can we post this? Yes. Absolutely.
We have National Youth Substance Prevention, National Youth Substance Use Prevention Month proclamation, and we have, who is coming? Oh, come on. You can, I know Dr. Novak sent your name, but I totally lost.
Jillian Campanella,
Juliana, and where do you go to school?
Hilton Head Christian Academy.
Hilton Head Christian Academy. She is with Low Country Alliance for Healthy Youth, or LACY.
Yes, ma'am.
And Teens for Healthy Youth. Thank you for representing all the schools.
Thank you.
Okay, whereas during the month of October, national observance sponsored by the White House Office of the National Drug Control Policy is dedicated to youth substance use prevention. Whereas during National Youth Substance Use Prevention Month, we reaffirm our commitment to helping our youth lead healthy, fulfilling lives. Whereas ONDCP, that for the National Drug Control Policy, is committed to preventing substance use among our nation's youth, including alcohol, tobacco products, illicit drugs, and misused prescription medications. Whereas through the ONDCP, the Drug Free Community Support Program helps equip community coalitions to prevent and reduce youth substance use at the local level. Whereas the Low Country Alliance for Healthy Youth, a DFC grant recipient awarded by ONDCP, is committed to preventing substance use among our youth, including alcohol, tobacco products, illicit drugs, and misused prescription medications by bringing together representation from all sectors of our community to develop a comprehensive local solution to preventing and reducing youth substance use and related risk behaviors. Whereas we join the Low Country Alliance for Healthy Youth in a call to parents, caregivers, educators, youth-serving organizations, businesses, healthcare professionals, media, law enforcement officials, faith and community leaders, and everyone in this region to take action and send clear messages about the health, legal, and social consequences of youth alcohol and other drug use. We support the efforts of Low Country Alliance for Healthy Youth Coalition in raising the awareness. So therefore, I, Lisa Sulka, Mayor of Bluffton, along with Town Council, do hereby proclaim the month of October to be Youth Substance Use Prevention Month in the town of Bluffton.
Thank you so much.
Do you want to say anything?
Sure. I have a nice little speech written up right here.
Do it. Right? Is she good?
Yeah, she's good.
Okay.
Oh,
I've never spoken on a microphone, so if this is too loud, I'm so sorry. So good evening. My name is Jillian Campanella. I serve as the youth representative to the Low Country Alliance for Healthy Youth Community Board. I am also a member of Teens for Healthy Youth at Christian Academy, an initiative of the coalition. On behalf of Low Country Alliance for Healthy Youth and Teens for Healthy Youth, I am honored to accept this proclamation. I would like to thank Mayor Sulka, the Town Council, and the Bluffton PD for the abundant support over the past 12 years. Now on our second 5-year drug-free community support program grant cycle, and having the honor of being the only community-based prevention coalition to receive this grant in South Carolina, this proclamation supports our vision of uniting the community to promote positive choices and healthy lifestyles for the youth. Proclaimed as National Youth Substance Use Prevention Month, October holds a special place in our community that represents a common goal to encourage healthy youth development. Thank you for this proclamation, or issuing this proclamation, and continuous support.
So I don't get the table. Oh, there you go. Perfect. Okay, good job. You did a great job. Thank you. While I get Tracy up here to do the proclamation for cyber awareness, you get to come up. You didn't know it, did you? She's one of our new employees, and we don't this is our hazing, we don't tell you. I will tell you Lackey, which was really, Dr. Novitz, I think you were a leader in starting Low Country Alliance for Healthy Youth, and thank you. But it went from a little bit in one school to a few in two schools to many in almost every school we have in our, I know this side of Broad River maybe, which is amazing, and they're always at our Let's See 43 runs. We're partners in every way, and it takes a lot of courage to lead, and thank you for doing that with your school. So this is, would you like to read it? This is Cybersecurity Awareness Month, which is very important to us all. We recognize it plays a vital role in identifying, protecting our citizens and responding to threats that may have significant impact to our individual and collective safety and privacy. Cybersecurity education awareness is crucial for everyone, including proper maintenance of all of our devices and accounts that are internet-based. We showcase the need to inspire, engage, and inform the public about the demand, opportunities, and career options available within this area of cybersecurity, and highlight how building the nation's and the town of Bluffton's cybersecurity workforce and how it enhances the nation's security and promotes economic prosperity. The campaign is Stop, Think, Connect, and it serves as a national public awareness campaign implemented through a coalition of private companies, nonprofit government organizations, and other institutions to increase collaboration to increase the public's understanding and empowering Americans to develop safe and secure online practices. Now, therefore, I, Lisa Salka, along with the Bluffton Town Council, hereby proclaim that the town of Bluffton is officially supporting Cybersecurity Awareness Month in the town of Bluffton, dated this 13th day of September 2022, a little typo. It's October, but it's every day of the year, right?
Yes.
Want to say anything? Thank you.
Thank you.
Tracy is our new head of IT and has been here, about a month? You've been here for 2 council meetings now, so officially welcome. Now we have Planning Month. Kevin, you're up. We will speed through this so we can get on. This is important as well. This is 2022 Community Planning Month. Change is constant and effective, isn't it? It affects all cities, towns, suburbs, counties, boroughs, townships, rural areas, and other places all over the country. Community planning and plans help manage this change in a way that provides better choices for how people work and live. The month of October is designated as National Community Planning Month throughout the United States of America and its territories. The celebration of National Community Planning Month gives us the opportunity to publicly recognize the participation and dedication of the members of planning commissions and other citizen planners who have contributed their time and expertise to the improvement of the town of Bluffton. Be it resolved that I, Lisa Salka, Mayor of the town of Bluffton, along with Bluffton Town Council, hereby proclaim the month of October 2022 as Community Planning Month in the town of Bluffton in conjunction with the celebration of the National Community Planning Month. So please relay this to all.
Yes.
We have more volunteers for committees and commissions, I believe, than we have paid employees. So we count on our community to help us in planning, and the planning department, historic preservation are all part of that. So
Yes, great.
thank you.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. You want to do a picture? Thank you.
Of our planning commission on behalf of the town, and that please relay our thanks to your committee for all you do. You volunteer a lot of time. Lately, it's all worth it. So we are getting a planning commission annual update.
So thank you for hearing us tonight. And I just want to say that lately, the last month or so, staff has been really great about communication. And we really appreciate the extra effort because we have, individual meetings before meetings so that we can discuss the items on the agenda so that we can make meetings run more smoothly, so that they don't take forever. We try not to. But at least we can get some questions cleared up beforehand, and the applicants can kind of have a feel or a temperature of what is
going on before they are just blindsided. So we feel that's been very, very helpful. So we're very appreciative to staff for coordinating all that. We also have, obviously over the years, come up with different UDO edits that need to happen. And recently, a lot of different ones have come across the table in Planning Commission and in my other life as working in an architecture firm. So we would like to have a workshop so that we could all talk about some of these UDO edits and how they kind of go alongside with building codes and building department, because there are some things that are just not going down the same path. And we need to be able to see what we can do to help make it a little bit clearer for applicants and for staff going forward. Anything you guys want me to relay to the planning?
Well, I think we've talked about joint meetings in the past, and I think we need to ask our town manager, Kevin, especially on these edits. Thoughts from anyone? Yes, we'll go for it.
Amanda, thanks for what you're doing and also apology being the chair. It's a tough job. It's definitely a lot of homework. So how can we better equip you with training or with stuff that will help the other members to be more efficient?
Well, like I said before, doing these staff meetings has been a lot better. It's gone a lot smoother just because of that. And I think, doing our continuing education to make sure everybody understands legally what we can and can't do. Everybody just needs to be on the same page. But I feel like right now our planning commission is at a good spot. I think that there's a good mix and variety of people, and I'm pretty happy with them at the moment. So right now, as long as we have that communication, I think that's the main thing.
Communication is good now, but I serve on planning commission.
I know.
It's a lot of work.
I know.
And
I mean, if you want to give me my packet like more than a week before, because it's kind of hard when you get it on a Friday, and if we have 700 pages to read by Wednesday, that's kind of hard. But I understand. Okay, 1,000, maybe whatever. So I don't know how that can be accomplished, because I understand being on the other side of things in the business world that it's difficult to do that. So I'm not really sure what that solution is. In a perfect world, yeah, it'd be great to be able to see things sooner, but I understand it's just not possible sometimes.
I'll let you in on a secret.
What?
When I was on Planning Commission, I got my packet on Thursdays.
Wednesday.
No, I used to come down there so much to get it early, but I understand you. But I'm with the rest of council. Some of us started out on the Planning Commission. It's a grand training grounds for those who have, the future hopes of maybe being on council at some point. And obviously, all of the committees in the town of Bluffton are important to each of us. But I have to say that the responsibility for the Planning Commission to vet so much information and to put together good plans and responses, that this council takes it very seriously. We read what you approve, what you don't approve, and your recommendations do carry tremendous weight with the 5 of us. So I commend you. I remember when you were reluctant to step up into a leadership role.
I know.
And so we're glad that you have, and we're proud of you, and thank you for all that you and the committee do.
Thank you.
Larry,
If I could make a suggestion, I've been at this for like 20 years. When my wife served on the planning commission, and I helped her go through those and carry those books.
Yes.
6 books every week or every meeting. Would it not be easy enough if staff could give you guys some of the projects that are already done? I'm sure everything, the total packet coming to you is one thing, but if there's one development that's in the works or whatever that's completed a week or 10 days ahead, if you could, you know what I'm saying, instead of piling that down, because it's hard on us too, just with this amount, if you still have to work for a living.
Yeah. I mean,
It's a lot of stuff, and it's you get kind of burnt out on it, especially all that
You
for
what?
all the stuff, you know.
Is he not talking in the microphone?
His mic is turned the wrong way.
The mic.
Oh,
The mic. Thank
oh, I'm
you.
sorry. So anyway, I don't know if staff could make that work or not, but to me, it would make perfect sense to, send half the packet as early as possible so that it gives them a little head start and then just finish the total, agenda, all the agenda items at the week before or Thursday or whatever.
Let me hold your thought. Anything? Okay. Jerry?
Mayor and Council, on your agenda tonight is the comp plan. Comp plan would not be in the form it is in now if it wasn't for the diligence and the persistence and all the work that the Planning Commission did on it. They did a phenomenal job. They got it from here to where it needed to be. So, Amanda, thank you very much for you and your cohort getting that done.
Well, it is a lot going on. Just, I do see a tipping point. We don't carry the binders anymore. I didn't serve on planning, thank God, apparently. But I was part of when when all of y'all were in the planning commission to see the massive amount of things that were coming our way from past councils and current councils. And I think y'all need to brainstorm as much as I'd love for us to have a joint planning town council meeting. If we can arrange that, just to talk and see, and are you following our strategic plan? Are we all on the same goal? Are there silly things to this UDO that I have followed over the past month that really should be approved uses, things like that? We all should be taking notes to make it easier. At the end of the day, we have to have a process that's equitable for everyone and make it user-friendly, because we are getting over that hump of craziness and development agreements. So maybe you two can brainstorm. Y'all live and breathe it. See what works. And Kevin, it sounds like you got to get your paperwork in before Wednesday.
That is correct. So kind of
Great.
I know we have.
kind of following up on a lot of the questions or comments that you guys have. The intent is at the November meeting, we're bringing forward a workshop to discuss some of these items. So the goal is to give an opportunity for you guys to provide some feedback on some of these items, some of the items that Ms. Denmark has mentioned, as well as others that we picked up. As you know, in the strategic plan, we actually have an annual UDO update. So that's one of the items that we have, and it's meant to be like a housekeeping. When we find items like this needs to be addressed, this needs to be addressed, we'll bring those all in a lump sum. So next month, we will bring this as a workshop for a discussion, and then it'll give an opportunity for us to then take that information, talk to the Planning Commission, talk to the Historic Preservation Commission, formulate some of those proposed changes, and then bring them back through the process.
So workshop for us or workshop for planning?
Well, right now it'll be a workshop for you, Town Council.
We have and I was looking on my calendar, we have a workshop. We have a workshop next week.
I'm sorry. This will be a workshop during the regular Town Council meeting.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
It's an item for discussion.
Would it work to think about a quarterly workshop down the road and invite planning and HPC at least to participate? I know we can't all sit around a room, but we can keep it's a more informal when it's just a workshop.
So what we can do is we can start with you, and then next month we can then kind of determine and work through a potential joint workshop. But that'll give us the ideas of some of the concerns that you have. That way we can start formulating this information, putting it together, so that way when we do meet, we can be efficient with our time.
And this workshop would also include public.
It'll be open to the public. The intent is if there's items where we feel that we'd like some public input from the professionals, I think that would be helpful as well.
Okay. Great. Any other questions for Amanda? Thank you, Amanda, for what you're doing in many roles. So that is wonderful. You're always welcome to come back. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. I just lost where we are. Next is item number 6 under presentations, and it's Don Ryan Center for Innovation update. David, good evening.
Good evening. Where is this? Is it in the folder there? Nope. Where is it?
Hang on one second. If you're
Bob's driving.
Right. while he's getting it, while they're working on it, I do want to throw out what I talked to David about Saturday. I was invited. They had a redo of this it was entrepreneurs for kids, and it was all local middle school and elementary school kids who are little entrepreneurs, and they had it at USCB. And I talked to David, maybe he could talk to his board about how do we start growing these little guys, teaching them about business license or teaching them about, it was the coolest thing, and hearing from the kids their hurdles to go to the next step. It was really, really interesting, but I'm happy to show y'all photos. They were bright, young, third graders to eighth graders. One made their own ice cream. One is an amazing artist, and I wish Dr. Corley were still here. He's a fourth grader at Red Cedar. He is one of the fabulous artists. He's been drawing since he was 5 years old. Long time from 5 years old to fourth grade, no training. So it was so cool. Go on their site. I posted it on social media. So I hope their board will consider how do we help those people, a little outreach to our schools. Did I give you a break?
A little bit.
Here.
Sorry, we're getting it.
I'll keep talking. One of the young people that made bracelets said, I asked, why aren't you selling on Etsy? And I didn't realize this, and David thinks he has a solution. It's a cost to go on Etsy, even for young little ones like that, to pay per picture, and they need to understand that's down the road, but how do we help them? So now are you ready?
All right, now I'm ready. Different format, but we can still talk about it. Mayor, Council, it's good to see you again today. I see you just 30 minutes after I saw you last. So I'm going to give you a little update on the Don Ryan Center, and it will be less than 5 minutes long. Scroll down here. All right. So last I spoke with you in May, and we've done a lot since May, and you may remember in strategic planning we were all about looking at partnerships and focusing on partnerships and what we do well. And I can tell you that, and I'm not going to read this slide to you, you can read, that the partnership thing has been going great. We've done a lot of meetings with a lot of partners. We've had them use the hub facility quite a bit, and I'm going to get into that in just a moment. Last month, we started working more tightly with one of our partners, the Beaufort County Economic Development Corporation, and John O'Toole, as you know. And if you don't know, John has an office literally right next to mine at the hub. So we're working very well together on a number of projects. We've just brought on Paul Arventides as the new VP of Innovation. He started last Thursday, and he's still coming back, so he must like what he's doing and must like the staff. Paul is from upstate New York and was the regional director of a small business development corporation inside an incubator that was located at a college. So he really has a lot of experience, and he had run a business of his own for 13 years. And just like Kim Roche, who we hired recently as innovation manager, she had her own business as well. So we're really good at hiring people that have been there, done that, have experienced the pain and the joy, but sometimes the pain of running a business. And that's the kind of thing we really need to pass on to the entrepreneurs, that it's great to be your own boss, and sometimes it's not great to be your own boss. Let's see here. Keep scrolling down. Use it down. There we go. I can just use it down. There you go. Thank you. As far as the program update, it's a little hard to read, but we have the resiliency program. We have 3 companies that are currently in resiliency, but we've had 67 companies in resiliency since March of 2020. In the startup program, there are 6 currently, thank you, and 14 since February of 2020, and in growth, 2 currently, 7 since July of 2020. There are 1,023 members of the Don Ryan Center. There are 60 mentors. We have more mentors than SCORE, which is one of the larger SCORE chapters in the state, in the nation, and we have more mentors than they do. And we're having a big mentor mingle and innovator trade show at the Don Ryan Center on October 27th from 5 to 7. You will all be invited, and you can meet some of our mentors and see some of the companies we're working with. As far as partnerships, we have a number of partners now, and partners are things that are easy to put on your website and say, these are people we partner with, but these are people we really partner with and are doing things with. If you look at from Blackwoody to Beaufort County Economic Development to Hardyville to the Jasper Chamber to SCORE, these are all the events we have done in the last 6 months. Next page. The Greater Bluffton Chamber, we used to have, not great relationships with some of these organizations for other reasons. And those have all been repaired, and we are, sounds corny, one big happy family trying to help Beaufort and Bluffton County businesses, or Beaufort County businesses. And the last thing is the key performance indicators. I showed you this chart in strategic planning. I said, here are the things I'm going to start talking about. And everything was there except the numbers. And here are the numbers as of this year. So we now have a staff of 4. Remember, the Don Ryan Center is about 11 years old. For the first 5 years, we had 1 person. And then we had 3 people for a couple of years. And then now we're at 4. We have 3 different programs: Resiliency, Startup, and Growth, 1,023 members, 60 mentors, and our companies year to date have received about $112,000 in funding. As far as the outputs, this year we have served 8 companies. We've hosted, and those partnership programs I just showed you, we have hosted 22 separate events at the Hub since spring of this year. Of the 60 mentors we have, 42 of them are engaged, so that's a good number. That's not the 80-20 rule. That's better than that. We have 11 partnerships. 65% of the people we serve come from Bluffton. 48% female, 52% male. Over our history, we've graduated 51 companies that generate total revenue of almost $40 million. That number is about a year old. We're going to update some of these numbers at the end of the year. 137 jobs. And here's a nice stat. 3-year survival. Of all the companies we've worked with, 76% of them are still in business. The average percentage for companies that do not go through an incubator that are around after 3 years is 40%. Companies that work with an incubator, their average survival is 70 to 80%, so we're right in that sweet spot. So we are doing what we're supposed to be doing. I think we're doing it well. I think we've got a great team, and we're going to continue to do these things to promote Bluffton and Beaufort County. And that's my 4-minute and 28-second presentation.
Questions? I'll look this way. Yes, Ms. Frazier.
Thank you. David. I always enjoy the reports and updates that you give here. I do have a question about just our businesses in general, and one in particular that was in your last report. Is there something currently in place where the Don Ryan Center is able to do like a health and wellness check, if you can, of businesses that either come through your program or local businesses who would be able to take advantages of the services you offer to kind of gauge like where their business is in terms of success, to get them before they are on the brink of like closing their business down? Or
that is something we have talked about, because we operate kind of at a higher level than what SCORE does, but we've recognized that there are a number of businesses and organizations that maybe for whatever reason aren't aware of what we do, or don't think they need to come to us, and maybe having some more business 101 type programming, whether that be how to start a business or how to check the health of your business. That is actually something we have looked at before, and something that is on tap for 2023.
Yeah, because I think that'd be great. I know one of the businesses in your last report was a woodworking company. I know they since have announced they're closing, but it's almost like before they get to that point, it would be nice if there is something in place to kind of gauge where they are, to see what type of services they could use, or even if they could, be creative in partnering with another business who might be doing something similar, could use that space.
Yeah, I think that is an excellent idea. And to that company in question, I know you were talking about, there's some backstory there, that for rationale for why that happened the way it did. But to your larger point, I think that is something we will take a look at, a health and wellness check for your business, a business checkup, if you will, something like that. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anything on this side?
Just one. The 1,023 members. when COVID hit and we changed our model and we reached out to the community en masse and people were coming through in droves to be members, our numbers shot up exponentially. Now that COVID is kind of tamped down a little bit, are they still, the majority of them still there? I mean, are they hanging in there with you or not?
They are. We don't have, one of the other things we did, Councilman, we changed from a paid member to a free membership, which is obviously it's easier to do when it's free. But we also had a larger advertising and marketing program. We were focused on membership as a revenue source, and then once we went to COVID and we gave it away free, we still focus on that. We still had those residual effects of the marketing and things there. We still had a push on membership. We don't push it as much as we used to, frankly. I want to find some more value in the membership other than just the newsletters and some of the events we're doing right now. And that's, again, a big part of what 2023 is going to be about, having more Don Ryan events at the hub, like How I Built It, like successful business people, gentlemen like Greg Parker or other folks that have built big businesses, and learn how they did it, and have more enticing content to bump that membership number up again. So that is in the plans.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a meeting Thursday, so public
You're all welcome to come to the board meeting at 5:30 this Thursday. You're all welcome to come anytime. It's fun to sit on these conferences.
So it's public and anyone's welcome to talk about being a mentor or supporting it. Great, thank you. We have public comment. So we'll put the screen up. We have public comment one time during our council meeting, and the rules never change. Please address council, and in speaking to us, avoid disrespect to the council and any other personalities in the room. Confine yourselves to the questions under the jurisdiction of this council, and be mindful and respectful of those who are present. So you have 3 minutes. If you would state your name and your address, it's for our town clerk to be able to capture that for the minutes so we can record everything correctly and represent you as best we can in the minutes. So Kim, you are up on public comment.
Eugene McCune.
And if we say your name wrong, tell us. We don't mean to.
Okay.
Get it right next time.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for letting me speak today. My name's Eugene McCune, and I live at 4 Wolf Creek Cove. I'm addressing you today because of the formal agenda. You had consideration for approval for an amendment for the master plan for Midpoint in New Riverside. Being a resident of Midpoint, I'm worried about the construction vehicles going down the main road of Midpoint Boulevard, which my house borders. And I'm worried about the traffic when a housing plan gets developed. We have not received, as a homeowner, we have not received any word on the traffic study that was done, and if they were going to build a secondary road to alleviate the construction vehicles coming into our community. There's some houses right along that their driveway is on the boulevard there, which will make it hard for them getting out at a certain time of days, and also the school traffic, which is a main concern in the morning and afternoon when school is let out. I have a student going up into the 9th grade in May River next year, and I'm worried about the class size since it's close to, if not over 2,000 students already. How big is that school going to grow with this new development being put in there? And when it's sophomore and junior year, what's the class size going to be? And those are the main concern with this development being approved. We have not received any, with the HOA, which I'm part of as well, we have not received any word on those studies, and we've sent them a letter for things we would like to see in the community, working with them, and we have not received anything back from them as well. So I thank you, appreciate your time for this, and have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see notes being taken. We'll address y'all's comments at the appropriate time of the agenda item. So that's great. Thank you, sir.
Michelle Keel.
Good evening.
Good evening, Town Council, Mayor. Michelle Keel, 22 Trail Ridge Retreat, calling or discussing the delay of the approval of the Midpoint Phase 2 project. So, as Eugene stated earlier, we have been in negotiations with Pulte. They have presented, we've worked with the Planning Council and the Planning Committee trying to create a cohesive neighborhood. Unlike some of the other developments in New Riverside, we have a sole HOA in place. So as Phase 2 comes in and as it's been presented to town, is they're saying they're extenuating Midpoint into a bigger neighborhood. But everything that's been presented is more of a standalone community. So until we have some sort of documentation of agreements with the current home ownership and Pulte to make a cohesive neighborhood and to be Midpoint New Riverside, we're just asking for that delay. Like I said, they're working on the documentation. We've been waiting about 2 months for it because we can't just approve it as a board. We have to go in front of the community. We only have 93 houses. They're adding 400, or I'm sorry, we have 105 homes, 63 freestanding houses, and the rest are townhome communities. So, I mean, we can get it approved once we have the documentation, but if it gets approved without the documentation, we really have no leverage with Pulte to get them to stand behind what we've discussed so far. So, like I said, just a delay. And then the other thing was with the traffic study. We are directly across from Midpoint, or May River High School. In the traffic study, they said the potential for a right turn access, but the main problem is getting out of Midpoint with an additional 400 homes out of that main entrance in the morning because everybody's coming into the high school and turning left. So you can't make a left-hand turn out of Midpoint with all those students and carpools coming in. So it's a safety issue for the students. It's a safety issue for our residents. There's just a lot of safety issues. It's a tragedy waiting to happen. And then finally, with the secondary road access. We only have one road going into Midpoint, and they're only going to be building 90 homes to begin with. So we don't know how long the project's going to go. So we could have 5 to 10 years of construction, contractors. We're a workforce community in that neighborhood. Everybody is working for the community of Bluffton, and it's just a safety issue with the site prep trucks and contractors. And I mean, we know how New Riverside has been destroyed by the traffic flow of trucks going into Palmetto Bluff and the other developments. So again, just trying to protect the community and the town of Bluffton. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Andrew Keel.
How are you folks doing this evening? I'm Andrew Keel, live at 22 Trail Ridge Retreat, Bluffton, South Carolina, 29910. I'm basically asking that, again, per my email I sent out, I don't know if you guys got a chance to read that or not, but to delay approving the master plan amendment. Again, until there is a agreement between the HOA and Pulte, talk is cheap. I mean, things have been talked about and a few emails gone back and forth, but unless there's something formal in writing, things can change. It's not enforceable. Nothing's there. And as a neighborhood, you know, we're tiny compared to Pulte, an $8.2 billion publicly traded company. So, you know, we're just asking the citizens of Bluffton to help protect us. And, you know, I was at the last Planning Commission. I think this is kind of similar to the Cypress Ridge situation last month, where Cypress Ridge neighborhood was not too happy with the developer putting in those townhouses, and you asked them to go back and talk and get it worked out. And that's what I'm asking for here. Now, a few specific things I wanted to get on the record. You know, obviously, the school district provided a coverage letter, and a school district coverage letter is pretty clear without saying, don't put any more students in here. You know, they're saying they can't handle it. I mean, I think it would, again, help the community in general to try to slow down growth a little bit so the schools can catch up. I don't think my wife mentioned, but in the current plans, Pulte would like to put a gate that we will not have access through between our two subdivisions. Again, Cypress Ridge has a gate between them and Four Seasons that was mentioned at the last meeting. I think the town council expressed that they may have made a mistake there, allowing that to happen, because it would be nice for us to have access to that second access point if we need to get out of our neighborhood. Because third thing, I looked at the traffic study, didn't really understand it, but I did see that one of the proposals was a eastbound turning lane. I'm not sure where this eastbound turning lane is proposed to be constructed. Is it Midpoint Boulevard going out onto New Riverside? I just don't know where that's at. And then it also mentioned that potentially a traffic light would be installed there, but construction should be finished prior to anybody making any decisions. So, you know, clearly there's going to be an issue, and it'd be nice to get that stuff worked out prior to things getting kicked down the road when nobody other than the UGO administrator potentially has a say in things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kate Creech.
Good evening. Hello, everyone. My name is Kate Creech. I live at 17 Mullet Street, but most often you can find me at the Hayward House Museum and Welcome Center. Council members, Mayor Solka, thank you for the opportunity to come before you and give an update on the Hayward House during this evening's public comments session. And thank you to the board members and staff that are here tonight. A few weeks ago, we hosted our annual fundraiser, the Boiled Peanut Festival. It was wildly successful, more so than I personally anticipated, with attendance between 1,200 to 1,500 local and out-of-towners. A lot was learned, fun was had, and I greatly look forward to bringing back the event committee to make next year's festival even more grand. A special thank you to all of the local shops and people that so generously donated for our silent auction and raffle. I will state for the record that I filed the necessary paperwork with the Secretary of State to ensure our raffle was fully legitimate. Another round of paperwork that is quite detailed, outlining each item and its value that was in the raffle and silent auction, will be included in our end of fiscal year reports and filed with the state. Also, thank you to our board members and posse of volunteers that so graciously donated their time to help make the Boiled Peanut Festival a success. I heard from a little bird that people have been missing the newsletter that I brought back in May. I do greatly apologize for the lapse in our monthly newsletter and assure you it is coming back and will be packed with updates and information. October is quite busy with events on common ground, including some celebrations for bridal showers, baby showers, and a few wedding ceremonies. We also have a group of high school students from Heritage Academy coming to tour the house and property on Friday, with several more school field trips on the calendar for the rest of this year. Everyone who comes through for an event, a tour, or just to collect some maps and information appreciates the hard work that is put in to maintain the grounds and the Hayward House itself. With that, I want to thank the town and town staff for the opportunity to apply for tax funding each year. Accommodations tax funding is how we are able to quite literally keep the lights on at the Hayward House Museum and Welcome Center. By having our doors open, we are presented with a first-hand opportunity during our hours of operation, Monday through Saturday, to promote our local businesses by handing out maps and brochures and having conversations about what to do, where to eat, and what to see in our beloved town. tax funding is also used for repairs and maintenance. Let me remind you that the original portion of the Hayward House is over 180 years old. tax funding is also used for insurance, salary, accounting, which includes our yearly audit by a CPA, which is required by the town of Bluffton through our MOA. Our audit for fiscal year 21-22 is currently underway, and we anticipate it to be completed in November. Another crucial line item that we include in our tax request for funding each year is capital improvement monies. This isn't just a wild card figure. We meet with the necessary professionals to assess and determine a scope of work to be completed in a restorative.
Do 10 more seconds. Go. You're going really, I think, go 10 more, go finish
Okay,
it up.
thank you. I really appreciate
Phew,
it.
you're tiring me out.
That's hard.
Slow
Okay.
down.
Yeah, just tack on all my extra time that I had in previous meetings. Okay. So for capital improvements, this isn't just a wild card figure. We meet with the necessary professionals to assess and determine a scope of work to be completed in a restorative manner, as well as estimated expenses surrounding these such projects. Our remaining funding comes from other grants, special events, gift shop sales, tours and programs, and private donations. As an example, please stop by sometime to check out the glorious progress made with our current exterior preservation project. Next on our list, we'll be repairing the summer kitchen roof using ATAX funding from the county, and then assessing the needs to restore portions of the enslaved cabin. In conclusion, thank you to our community and all that support and believe in our mission to protect, preserve, and promote the history and cultural heritage of the town of Bluffton, South Carolina, through education, marketing, and hands-on preservation of buildings and sites. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out. And I really do appreciate the extra time. Thank you so much.
Next time, get on the agenda, not on public comment.
You know how I am. I practiced this several times before coming over here, and I had extra time at the end.
All right.
But it's,
I think there could be sometimes we could get her on a presentation and you don't have to
Next
spend
meeting.
10 minutes, but you can spend more than 3 minutes.
you don't want to hear me talk for 10 minutes.
No, we
But
won't
thank
let
you.
you. But
Thank you so much.
Last one, Jeremiah Orr.
Good evening. How are you guys? Jeremiah Orr. I'm a resident in Midpoint 21 Trail Ridge Retreat. I'm going to just kind of echo what these guys had already said. Obviously, the traffic is a major issue. It already is an issue at this point in time. Any further development is only going to increase that. I do hope you guys know the history of some of the people that have bought in that neighborhood, their history with the developers, things that were promised, not delivered, expectations not met. I feel, in my opinion, that Pulte has not negotiated or done anything in good faith thus far. We really feel like if this is approved tonight, we're kind of going to be at their mercy, and there's a lot of concerns, a lot of residents in the neighborhood that really don't know how it's going to impact them, again, with the traffic, with HOA increases for services that we're not even asking for or have a need for at this time. That's only going to be multiplied by what they're doing as a new neighborhood goes through our neighborhood into another neighborhood. So that's all. Thank you.
thank you so much. Okay, public comment is over. Communications from mayor and council. Anything on this side?
No.
That's the seafood festival.
The Arts and Seafood Festival starting Sunday, blessing of the fleet, dedication of the Kimberly and me. Blessing of the fleet at Calhoun Street Dock. After that, we're going to be cooking some oysters and shrimp and stuff at the oyster factory. And all week long there's something. So check the calendar and you'll see we have something going on every day.
Anything on this side?
Mary O'Neill hopes to see this council at the dock, the blessing of the fleet, if everybody can make it. And Fred, you better be there.
I can't be on the boat and everything.
If you have received the town newsletter, it's a new project that the staff has put together. If you liked it, let them know. If you didn't like it, let them know. But the main point is, I hope you enjoyed it. And if you did receive it, let them know. Because, they have to have the feedback to know whether to continue to keep moving forward with it. I personally enjoyed it, so I hope you did as well. Thank you.
You'll see Fred Sunday. No, it's okay. We can't be everywhere. Do you have anything for saying? I was going to mention the newsletter. It went to all of our residents in the town, and I think it's fabulous, and I'm interested in what we see from it. I think it educates a lot of people. We go around, we have mobile town halls, we have social media, we have emails, we have conversations. But something about something laying on your counter, that you just don't feel like you can throw away, but you pick up and read. I really think it's going to help with our education of all of our new residents and old, to know maybe they didn't realize they moved in the town of Bluffton. Maybe you thought you did move in, but you really didn't because you live in Island West. So I love it, really love it. So we want to do this often, so please respond. There are different ways to communicate. Let us know what you want to hear about, because I know the team would love some ideas in the hopper. I spoke to an OLLI class, which again, if y'all don't know about OLLI, look it up. It's Osher Lifelong Learning Institute. It's out of USCB. So amazing people to learn about the whole region. One day I'm going to join it, not speak at it. We had a principal's lunch. That was great. David, thank you. Is he still here? Maybe he left. David did a presentation. And talked about the Entrepreneurs for Kids. I want to just talk about what you hear on the street. And I do appreciate Kate, you speaking, if she's still here, about the Welcome Center. That is a Welcome Center we voted on to be our Welcome Center, and it is a nonprofit. But you're starting to hear a lot of false information, and people just say it so they believe it to be true, and you believe them and like them, so you believe it to be true. Just come to the source. If you ever have any question, you've got 5 of us, and we have 155 people within this town that somebody can find you the answer. And if you can't find it on the website, I've actually walked people through the website to take them to a place to answer some questions. So please do that and be educated and help us. And I'll be at Blessing of the Fleet on Sunday. So I hope I see everybody. It'll be a fun week. So if nothing else, we'll move on to public hearing and final reading. We have an item up for public hearing, and it's the proposed amendments to the Town of Bluffton's Municipal Code of Ordinances, Chapter 23, Article 5, which are design standards to increase addition building type footprint and to provide consistent height for the river house building types. We will start with public hearing. So there's a first call for public comment at this public hearing. Second call for a public comment for this particular item for public hearing. Third and final call for public comment for this public hearing. Public hearing is closed. Kevin?
There's no changes from first reading. Okay. Happy to go through the presentation if you like. I do have the motion in front of you.
Y'all have any questions from the first reading? No changes? If not, is there a motion to approve the amendments to the Town of Bluffton Code of Ordinances, Chapter 23, Unified Development Ordinance, Article 5, Design Standards to increase the footprint of the additional building type in the Riverfront Edge HD zoning district and to provide a consistent height for the river house building type as recommended by Planning Commission?
So moved.
There's second. Second. Any discussion? All in favor, state by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you. Formal items. We have Chris Forster-Beck. Consideration of an ordinance amending the Town of Bluffton fiscal year 2023 budget to provide to carry forward unspent expenditures and encumbrances for the FY 2022 budget to the FY 2023 budget. There are 2 readings. This is something we do about this time every year. Chris? Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So as you mentioned, this is our major cleanup amendment after we're in the process of closing the books from the prior fiscal year. There's also some new items in here that I'll briefly go over as well. So the main components of the budget, there are some budget adjustments which I'll review. There is the use of prior year fund balance, which is your primarily your carry forward funds. These are projects or contracts that were expected to be finished within last fiscal year that did not. So we carry forward those funds into this fiscal year so they can be completed. And there's also some one-time expenses of prior year fund balance. And additionally, we're proposing an addition to the capital asset reserve fund. So this is a really quick summarized look at what happened in FY22 in the general fund. This is just general fund. We had about $29 million in revenues, $33 million in expenditures, an addition of $6 million to fund balance. But I will preface that with the next slide. So as you'll recall, last year we amended our fund balance policy, and to beef up our emergency recovery fund as well as our capital asset reserve and unassigned fund balance. So this is a estimate at this time. This is not audited yet, but currently we have about 1.3 million in restricted funds. That's primarily your ARPA dollars. There's also the leisure fund and the smaller amounts, but most of that is ARPA. You have your two committed funds, which is your capital asset reserve. As you recall, we changed that last year to encompass all of capital assets, and we add to it 50% of the prior year's depreciation expense annually. So last year, depreciation expense was 1.2 million, so we added approximately 600,000 to that reserve fund just from the policy update. The emergency recovery fund was updated to include 15% of all budgeted governmental funds. So that would bring that emergency recovery fund up to $7.9 million. And then last year, as part of your budget amendment, management proposed some assigned funds. We have the preservation grant, the proactive preservation program, and the tree remediation. And that's the remaining amount that are in those assigned designations, which leaves an unassigned fund balance of $12.7 million. And the unassigned fund balance, as part of that policy update last year, we set to 35% of budgeted general fund expenditures. So by policy, the goal would be 9.1 million. We exceed that with the 12.7. So in the budget amendment, the following budget adjustments are included. On the revenue side, we are going to propose a contract with an entity that will look to identify businesses that are currently not licensed in town. They do this all over the state of South Carolina and the country. And based on similar entities our size, we expect to get around $200,000 in missing revenue from that effort. So we put that in our revenue side of the general fund. We're expected to potentially sell some town-owned land for economic development. If that goes through, it'll be around $600,000, so that is included in your proposal as well. Uses of funds, we have the contract expense for that revenue enhancement contract. There was a health insurance increase. We had budgeted 14.2, and after the budget was approved, the state came out with the final number and they increased that contribution to 18.1%. So that's reflective of that health insurance increase. And we're also proposing a enhancement to the revenue retention program in our HR department. This would be a $250 stipend or gift card to employees for holiday meal expenses. In stormwater, again, since it's a separate fund, we reflect the health insurance increase, and there's an additional transfer to debt service that was missed in the original budget. The CIP fund, the new revenue or revenue coming in is tax transfer in of 463. This is to cover the additional contract expense for the Squire Pope project. It came in above budget. We are hoping to, actually, I think we did apply already to the ATAX committee for state ATAX dollars. So if we get approved for state ATAX, that would be adjusted from LTAX to state. The general fund transfer in is 1.08. That includes the sale of land, as well as some one-time use of prior fund balance. And that is going towards some park improvements at Du Bois, as well as the newly acquired town park at Buckwalter, the former Evercar Park, as well as generator work. And there's a small portion, $55,000 of fund balance. And then changes in uses, obviously we're proposing to add the town project at Buckwalter Commerce Park. It's our economic development park near the LAC. That would build out the parking lot there and the stormwater infrastructure underneath it. That's estimated at $3.4 million. The Boundary Street streetscape construction phase, when we were looking at the project timeline for that, they weren't going to go out to bid for that until April or May. So realistically, construction wasn't going to start until next fiscal year, so we're delaying those dollars and not tying them up in this budget year dollars. And then finally, the Squire Pope Carriage House, as I mentioned, the contract came in a little above what was expected. Debt service fund, and this was an oversight on my part. When I was budgeting for the debt service on the TIF bond, I estimated debt service based on a 20-year bond, forgetting that we actually issued a 10-year bond, which makes the annual debt service more per year than if it was spread out over 20 years. So that's just adjusting for my mistake. So then the next part of our budget are those carry forward adjustments. So as I mentioned, most of that is either contracts or projects that were occurring that didn't quite get finished in last fiscal year and got finished in this fiscal year. So we have general fund outstanding POs and contracts, and the economic development piece of our ARPA dollars, $197,000. So that's for the different grant programs, the nonprofit and business grants, as well as the position funded at DRCI. And then stormwater, again, the outstanding contracts and transfer to CIP for some of the stormwater projects. And then the carry forward in CIP, $4.1 million of the budget amendment in CIP is for those carry forward projects not completed. And one-time use, we added $50,000 for a lawnmower for our public services department. We've added a lot of property, which requires more maintenance needs, so we added a lawnmower. We have the CIP transfer, which I discussed on a previous slide, and then a net contribution of fund balance of $120,000. The debt service fund, the transfer to CIP for the economic development of 1.8, and the capital asset reserve commitment, which I mentioned earlier, which is $400,000, proposed $400,000. So looking at the amendment, the original adopted budget is almost $60.5 million. The amendment is 10.6 with a final proposed budget of 71 million. Any questions?
Question? Question? Helpful?
So just one added note to this: the in that budget is $10 million in the TIF bond proceeds. So it makes it look exponentially high this year because we got $10 million in TIF bond proceeds. So just wanted to point that out.
Well, you answered my question.
Yeah. Well, and going over individually with us is really helpful on this. So I don't have any questions. Any questions of council in addition to what you've already asked? Okay. If not, is there a motion to approve on first reading of an ordinance amending the Town of Bluffton fiscal year 2023 budget to provide for the expenditures of certain funds, commit additional funds to the capital asset reserve fund, and to allocate sources of revenue for said funds to carry over unspent expenditures and encumbrances from the 2022 budget to the 2023 budget?
So moved.
There's a second. Any discussion? All in favor state by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you, Chris. Moving on to a couple of things we've added to our agenda so everyone knows where the money is being spent. Kim, I think you're up for both of these. Approval to authorize a construction contract to Huss Inc. for the renovation of the Square Carriage House.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
As you know, but for our public, we have the Squire Pope Carriage House down at the end of Calhoun Street Dock, purchased in 2017 in concert with the Beaufort County Rural Land Trust. We've already stabilized that structure, and based on public input that covered back in 2019, the uses that have moved forward is a museum and visitor rental space, as well as small functions, and additionally office space and a welcome center in the future. So Metters developed the plan for that. Based on this input, the stabilization has already occurred. We're moving forward with the final renovation and restoration to accommodate those uses. In this particular contract, which did come in over budget, requiring what Chris just went over, this is the scope of services that will be included that will help support this final elevation that was developed by Metters. And what we did is put that out to bid, and based on the lowest responsive and responsible bidder and the ad alternates, Huss Incorporated was selected as the firm with whom to contract at approximately $1.7 million with alternate work included that staff considered necessary to meet the vision Metters set out in the preservation plan. Our recommendation is for you to authorize the town manager to go ahead and execute this contract with Huss for the asking price plus a 10% contingency in full house. You never know with a project what you might get into. This will be in budget once you do second and final reading of the revised proposed budget for 2023, which Chris will come back to you next month with. If you approve, our next steps will be to go ahead and execute a construction contract with Huss and schedule our kickoff meeting with them. Currently, they're already looking to procure supplies, obviously anticipating a contract, and have projected a January 1 start date, a year-long construction process. So that will take us to the end of 2023. And then in 24, we'll finish up all the exterior hardscape landscape. So we're looking at about a 1.5 to 2 year project on this. Any questions?
Questions? Hey, could you go back to the screen where you were showing the elevations that had little notations? And this will be a part of what starts on January the 1st?
Yes, ma'am. That's the anticipated start date right now. Again, everybody's starting to line up their supplies and hoping they're coming in, so they're pushing back their start dates to be realistic.
Anything else, Mr. Treasurer? Anything on this side?
Go ahead, Fred.
Can you tell me about Huss?
Huss is, well, I can because it's in my, let me pull it out of my staff report. Huss has worked in other areas. While they're not local, they have actually done, have completed historic preservation projects, and renovation projects, and they have the intended experience that we need for this particular project. I don't know exactly how much detail you need.
So I pulled them up earlier while we were sitting here. They're based out of Charleston.
That's right.
And they've done several projects in Charleston, including the Woodrow Wilson family home. So they have extensive experience in doing specialized historic preservation. That's what they specialize in.
This is our first time working with them?
This is our first time working with them, yes.
One more question. You said now is over budget, but by the time it comes back, it'll be under.
Exactly, with the budget amendment that Chris just brought forward to you, as that finishes with second and final reading of the ordinance next month, that carry forward, that $460,000 that it came in over budget, will be encapsulated in the new revised fiscal year 2023 budget. So it will be in budget.
So in reality, we estimated the cost to do this renovation less than they bid, right?
Our consultants gave us, based on when the preservation plan was completed, and again, it's such a volatile market right now, yes, it came in, the estimate that we put it out to bid and budgeted for was obviously less than real market conditions are today.
And only saw 2 bids, so that's all we required is 2 bids?
We only need one necessarily. As long as we follow our procurement policy that's put in place and we get one responsible and responsive bidder that is qualified, we don't have to have a minimum number of responses to award.
It was positive that they were close to each other in price, so it makes us feel comfortable that they were within the market conditions since they were both within a few $1,000s of each other.
The only other thing I didn't understand how it works is you get the bid, then you get the alternate. How do we derive the alternates?
So the alternate were part of the bid packet.
So they were part of the
Yes,
actual
sir.
bid package?
Yes, sir. They're not negotiated. They are not negotiated after the closing date of the bid. They're part of that. There were no alternatives submitted by Nix. Huss included going above and beyond, obviously, what was in just the base bid, and said that they would remove some crown quarter round molding, do some 3M film on the windows. Let me see. I have a list of it if you're curious what they all are. And those were all within Metter's suggestions to do. So staff decided that definitely was especially for $89,000 and still coming in $30,000 under Nix with the historic preservation renovation experience we had, that we felt that was worthwhile. Blinds throughout, realigned 4 chimney flues, quarter molding. Yes.
So added upgrades.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Fred, one more question.
How long will this process take, the renovation?
They are estimating right now a year construction.
I remember Garvey House. In a year, it's going to get us in hurricane season. Do we know that this company's going to sleep at the house like the company who?
I don't know that I can guarantee.
Well, they need to know. But they're from Charleston. That man slept in that house during Matthew.
They'll have 9 or 10 months, so they should be.
Yeah, they should be for a long. I was kind of joking. Anything else? Thank you for bringing this. I think it's helpful for all of us to see that something's going to start in January, and this finally come to fruition because we've got Sarah Riley Hooks next. So is there a motion to approve the town manager to enter into agreement with Huss Inc. for the renovation of the Squire Pope Carriage House? The agreement includes a commitment from the town of Bluffton for $1,737,867 plus a 10% contingency.
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? Just FYI, the gentleman who worked with us to buy this, Gus Wright, passed away in March, and they brought his remains to be placed in the cemetery, Bluffton Cemetery, this week. So they were in town, and they were thrilled. The day they went to the park, they saw children, and that just tears to the eyes to see what we have accomplished for them. So I do want to make sure their family's included on anything we do. He wrote a fabulous letter and read it to us at council, his son, when we agreed to buy this park. And I'd love that somewhere to be incorporated in this. They're great people. So no other discussion? All in favor state by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That's unanimous. You also have a contract to JS Construction for Phase 1 Development New Riverside Barn. Pull that up.
And moving right along, our next large project, very large project, 37-acre New Riverside Barn property out at the 170 Circle, purchased in 2018 for creating a community open space and civic gathering space. Also, we prepared the master plan for the property in fiscal year 19, and that's what we're moving forward with. That conceptual plan's been brought forward to you, and we've gone through at least the civil design. This is phase 1 of doing the earthen work and the horizontal groundwork before we start moving into actual playground construction, restroom construction, and barn renovation. This particular work is, again, the civil groundwork is in support with the Land and Water Conservation Fund grant that was awarded in 2021 of $500,000. Phase 1 site design was completed and posted in August, and it includes the following, again, not terribly sexy, but necessary infrastructure that must go in place to support the project. As staff put that out to bid, we had 2 base bids come back in. JS Construction was found to be the lowest responsible bidder, so staff's suggestion and recommendation is again that you authorize the town manager to go ahead and execute this contract with a 10% contingency for the phase 1 site development out at New Riverside Barn Park.
Questions? This is exciting. I hope after this we'll be able to open the gates because there are a lot of young families, young, old, middle, whatever, all ages in that New Riverside area. I think it's a great place to go, and we have residents that live in that area now. So go to our CIP if we can really get this out in a sign or whatever, because I think people need to see what we're going to finish and finish fast. Questions? Okay. If not, is there a motion to authorize the town manager to enter into a construction contract with JS Construction Services for Phase 1 site development at the New Riverside Barn Park? This includes a commitment from the town of Bluffton for $3,132,500.50 plus a 10% contingency.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor state by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you, Kim. Next, we are considering a resolution to establish a public art policy, and our town manager is up. Mr. Steve.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and I hope you're seeing that what y'all just approved in the carry forward budget we're trying to spend. So appreciate y'all doing first reading because we're trying to get these projects going, so trying to get some of that out the door.
So in front of you tonight, you have a resolution to consider the adopting a Town of Bluffton public art policy. Go through this fairly quickly. If you've had a chance to look into it, I'll answer any questions that council may have. So just to give you a little background, the fiscal year 23-24 strategic plan included an action item to establish a public art program. The program was to include the integration of public art, to include the sourcing, concept, design, and construction. Also outlined integration of art into public projects. Public art policy that's in front of you includes looking at future public projects and looking proactively at procuring art for the town properties, and also through potential partnerships. It would create a committee to assist in the potential locations. It would also work to help recruit artists. It would also is set up so that all recommendations, all approval, everything ultimately comes back to council for final sign-off. We want to make sure that anything that is done that's going to be put out and deemed as art is something that council has the control over. We have already partnered with Community Foundation of the Low Country earlier this year to be able to receive donation for potential art projects. We created a Parks and Public Art section, a nonprofit or fund to be able to receive the grants through them. And it's broken up into 6 sections. Each one kind of has their own part, so I'm going to take them one by one because they each kind of identify different areas. So the first section outlines the purpose of the policy and the anticipated results of it. Ultimately, it also outlines the type of projects that we would want to consider. It also talks about outline for criteria of selecting a piece of art, which is an important step because when somebody comes to us and they're like, hey, have this piece of art, I want to donate it to the town, we need to have some way to determine whether it's value, whether it's design, whether it's upkeep, the materials, what all that to consider before council makes a decision whether they want to take that in and make it part of their collection. Because we have to consider things like maintenance requirements, liability. You know, if they want to give us something like it's going to have sharp metal objects on it, we may not want to accept that as public art. We also want to make sure we agree with the placement and sitting. A lot of artists, when they come with an idea, they're going to say, I have this vision for a public piece of art that needs to go at Oscar Fraser Park. It is perfect for Oscar Fraser Park. And then they may come out and want to put something that's designed like an 18-wheeler. We may look at it and say, it doesn't fit our aesthetics for Oscar Fraser Park, or we may have a better location for something like that. So we need to have these criteria in place so that when it comes to council and goes to the committee that there's these defined criteria that council are considering. Also talks about criteria for why we would not accept a piece of art. And that's kind of what we talked about, or kind of outlined just a minute ago. Talks about community input for public projects. It identifies the selection method and how we're going to procure artwork. It also recognizes the potential for public-private partnerships. For example, murals. We may look at somebody who has a private building and want to talk to them about putting a mural on their building that's funded through public art or through our public art committee. So there's some good public-private partnerships that may take place in that. So Section 2 outlines the roles of all the participants. You have town council. Of course, you are responsible for funding. You also would have final approval over all art projects. You would also appoint the public art committee members, and you would provide guidance to myself, to staff, and to the public art committee on what you want to see. You may say, we want to see, for example, one of the places we've talked that would be ideal for one of our first potential public art pieces could be at Squire Pope, because there's a little circle that's going to be created out front of the building as part of the hardscape that might be an ideal location for something to sit on a pedestal that would be public art. So that may be something that council says, we want staff and public art committee to pursue that. So your guidance is always taken into moving forward with anything like this. So the public art committee would be composed of 7 members. I drafted this so that y'all would actually appoint the chair. The goal with doing that would be so that you could ensure that the public art committee is being ran to the desires of council. If you appoint 7 people on a board, and when you start talking about public art and you start talking about town dollars, wanted to make sure that council appointed the person that shared the vision and the guidance that they want to see for that committee. Again, we can discuss that if council wants to change that or not,
But that is one of the things that was put in here just to make sure that council gave direction and vision to the committee with the people, with the appointments that they make. The committee, anybody who serves on it would not be eligible to propose on any projects that we would be doing. We do want people who are tied to the art community, but we also want to make sure there's not any conflict of interest where they may be a local artist who wants to be on it, but then they want to bid or put a proposal for something that we're asking for art on, so we want to make sure that there's no conflict during that time period. They would, again, make recommendations to council for approval. They would provide guidance on maintenance of pieces, so they may go out and they may say, hey, this piece of art that the town owns looking a little rough, you may want to have somebody come in and clean it up or make some improvements to it. And they would help us find potential partners and be advocates for public art. So responsibility for the town manager would be to implement this policy and also coordinate with town council and the public art committee as well as staff to make sure that we're accomplishing the goals. Section 3 outlines the management of the municipal art collection. So ultimately anything that the town would take receivership of or purchase would become part of our municipal art collection. So again, it talks about how we acquire them. It talks about review and acceptance process, maintenance, and then the placement. Section 4 outlines the deaccessioning of policy and procedures, and ultimately what that means is how are we going to get rid of a piece of art. So it outlines criteria for removal, where if the site changes, the artwork becomes damaged, the artist asks for it back, or we want to move it to another location, or we decide that it's no longer appropriate, that we want to dispose of it. So it also talks about that process, that there's recommendations, how that comes through, that council, again, has to approve any removal, and then it would fall to the town, and I should say manager, not major. Spell check doesn't catch that. And then what we would do with the net proceeds. So let's say somebody donated a piece of art that we displayed in town hall, and over time we decide that we no longer want it, so somebody may say, hey, I would love to purchase that piece. So they purchase it for $500. What are we going to do with that? This says that it has to go back to support our town public art collection. So Section 5 is definitions, and Section 6 will ultimately be filled out as we build an appendix and we outline the work of the committee. So as we get agreements in place, we would take that and we would start making those attachments to the public art policy, that this is what our collection is, this is the agreements we have in place for locations, and work that as the attachments for the document. So next steps for council. You have this in front of you for discussion. You may approve it. You may approve with amendments. Then once it's approved, we would need to advertise and ask for committee members. Council would need to appoint the committee, and then we would look at funding. So that's part, Chris and I have kind of had that conversation. Should council move forward with this? This might line up either as we move into the budget process for next year, or as we look at our mid-year budget amendment to discuss should council approve it. If you have edits, some of them we may need to address and bring it back for future consideration. Council may wish not to approve. Council may say, you have the right to say, we want to take each public art piece as somebody may have interest and bring it individually. The goal with this is to try to reduce any of that in the future and also be a little more proactive. And then council, again, may wish to have no such policy in place.
Questions?
Yes, I do have a question. Just in thinking in terms of mitigation, one, I think this is a great idea. I think any town that makes a commitment to showcasing art and even having a space for artists to express themselves, I think is great. But in terms of mitigation, I want to know, have you thought of, or can we put something in place here to address the security of these pieces in terms of knowing that vandalists do exist, and that becomes a recurring problem in a lot of areas when it comes to art. I want to know, like, what will the plan be to address that, or securing to be able to capture that when it happens, so we can...
There's nothing there specifically to that. I would say that when it comes to the maintenance and also in the review criteria, one of the things that we would consider is that as part of the siding of it. So we would want to make sure that we're not displaying something that if we
display a piece that it is under camera, or if it's something that has high value that it may be secured in a case or something like that. That would be part of the siting and maintenance discussion that we would have to make sure, because an artist may not want to work with us with a piece of art that they're afraid that's going to be damaged or be in a situation where it may be vandalized or exposed or taken. So we would make sure we take that into consideration. If you want us to look at more specific detail, we can do that prior to council adopting, or we can just make that part of when the we set review criteria set in place for the Public Art Committee. We can make sure those are taken into consideration.
No, I think that's great. I know, too, one suggestion while you mention that, if we are doing like mural pieces, if that becomes a component, a part of it, I know some areas are specific to the type of paint that's used. So if they have to go back over it, it's not something that's going to be as costly or impractical as using another material where you don't really have that option.
And I'll tell you a couple places where we've done murals where I've been is we have looked at murals almost like as hanging art, where you can actually do panels on sides of buildings as mural, and that way you don't paint directly on the building. So there's different options to look at that. So, but agree, and that's where we want that expertise from the committee that has the experience with the with art and be able to tell us what materials or what the best use of it is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm good. This is just a living policy that we can change at any time or whatever. I think it's a step in the right direction. So move it forward and we can adjust at a later date.
I'm excited about it. I think it's great. I think it shows the town's evolving. We've always been known as an art community as much as a lot of things on Calhoun and the Old Town, so I'm excited. I look forward to it.
Looking for approval tonight?
First reading.
No,
it's a resolution.
It's a resolution, so it would be approval tonight if council is interested. If not, if you would rather review and discuss, we can always bring back at a later date. But there is a proposed motion should council decide they want to move forward.
Do you have any idea of what this budget would look like?
That would be one of the reasons we'd want to have the Public Art Committee, is because they can help us identify what, we all have an assumed value of what something may cost whenever we put it out there. But I think that's where we need their expertise to help us decide. We may look at putting, say, $50,000 aside for the first round of public art to figure out what that may accomplish. But until we actually talk to an artist and find out what, they may want to come and do something that's in bronze. Well, bronze is very expensive. You may have somebody that wants to come and do something in wood. It may be cheaper, it depends on the type of wood. But we really need them to help guide us on what they think the dollar value may need to be associated with that.
I'm a little bit have a different opinion on committee making those decisions. I think that should be a staff level decision and give it to the committee to probably massage. But
oh, no doubt. Just so you know, the way, just to reiterate, the Public Art Committee in this process only makes recommendations. So their recommendations have to come to council for approval. So like anything with budget, they may come back and they say, we've identified these two places that we think would be great for public art. We're going to put out and see if we can't get people who are interested in it. Well, they may have somebody come back and they may say, I'm interested in doing it. I'm going to need $5,000 for materials to do this one, and this one says I need $8,000. That's going to come back for approval by council from y'all, because you're going to want to see the actual design. We want y'all to have the design and the placing, the sitting. We want y'all to have everything to see to make that decision, to make sure that what is being recommended is something that council can support, because ultimately whenever it's put out into the public, the questions, concerns, the complaints are going to come to you. So you would have final say on approving any piece of art and the dollar value associated with it.
Public funds can be associated to this as well.
Correct. Hospitality and accommodations tax dollars can also be used for public art.
As well as donations to our community foundation program set up for public art, because
Correct.
we have that set up. Just a couple of thoughts, and it'll fit into the next steps. We do have a cultural district designation, and I think there's a committee, so there's some good people we can recruit to apply.
And they're waiting to find out whether this is going to be approved or not, because I have a feeling you have at least 2 or 3 on there that would love to sit on.
And I was going to ask about ATAX, because I know other groups have asked, other nonprofits have asked for ATAX money for art in different areas. Insurance is just something to think about. Is there anything currently out in our town that's art that would be non-conforming to what you want? So I'd make sure we don't have any issues with conformity, and I don't even know if there's anything
Yeah, I
out
don't
there.
believe we have any public art anywhere as of now.
Well, I don't know.
Double check on that.
I mean, there's one in Palmetto Bluff right now that ATAX paid for, so let's make sure they're conforming.
Okay.
And then what if somebody wanted to not a commission piece, what if someone wanted to, not consign, but donate an actual beautiful, say, the bronze kids playing on a tree, and they want to donate it or put it on loan, basically. Just think how we do that. Would we require them to get insurance? Or do we get the insurance? It's just because somebody will be stupid and someone will spray paint something.
Or hurt themselves, climb on top of it and
Right.
jump off.
But I'm all for it. I think those are all my little notes I wrote. Okay.
One more.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you said you want us to approve the resolution adopting the policy, but we're still working on the policy.
No, sir, the policy was in the packet. The policy is what is outlined with the different sections here.
But I thought you wanted council to make recommendations if they felt like there's something like to add or take away.
So, based on what, like the comments the mayor had, even on insurance is one of the things that's addressed in the policy on who's going to insure it. That's one of the things to consider as part of the approval process. So I haven't heard anything that tonight that would change anything that would need to amend the policy. If I'm incorrect to that, I apologize. As we start working forward, again, as Councilman Toomer said, we can always bring back any changes. If there's always something we forget, we can always bring back any changes. And with it being a policy, it's simple, one reading.
So it's a document that we can say is a work in progress.
I think everything we have is, except development agreement.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay. Any other questions? Is there a motion to approve the resolution adopting the Town of Bluffton's public art policy?
So moved.
Is there a second? Any discussion? All in favor, state by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That's unanimous. Finally, I'm sorry this group had to wait to the end of formal, but approval of an amendment to the master plan for Midpoint at New Riverside consisting of plus or minus 253 acres of land located on New Riverside Road, zone New Riverside Plan Unit Development. Kevin, good evening.
Great, thank you very much. As you stated, this is an amendment to the master plan for the Midpoint at New Riverside Master Plan. What we've done is provided examples of both the existing and what is being proposed. We've rotated these layouts just for the sake of being able to show them on the screen here. So the layout of the undeveloped area of Midpoint, I'll try to do my little mouse here. So almost everything from this line back is undeveloped area, and you'll see on the aerial here in a second. The applicant is proposing they're actually decreasing the number of units that was initially proposed in this master plan to a total of 498. And that consists of 98 units that have already been constructed, and that's in the phase one, which is the townhomes, some single family, and then a few of the units right here. And you can see it a little bit better on this map where it's kind of been whited out a little bit. They're proposing, Pulte is proposing 400 units of single-family detached residential units. They're proposing several amenities, including lagoons, recreational areas, parks, nature trails, and extensive sidewalk network. Again, from an aerial standpoint, you can see this property is located immediately across from May River High School. To the east here is the lakes at New Riverside, and then you have the Haven, and further up Austin Park and the Heritage. Again, a vicinity map of the location. This is the existing master plan, again, rotated to be able to show on here. It's more of a grid-like design, smaller lots than what the applicant is now proposing. And then they have that one access point off of New Riverside Road across from May River High School. The applicant is now proposing a different type of design, and as you can see, one of the comments that was initially proposed and is being moving forward is this secondary access point. That's a concern that we have with a lot of the developments that have happened in the past, where there was only one access point along New Riverside Road. The initial intent was to limit the number of accesses on that road. However, in situations like this where you have almost 500 homes, it is appropriate to have two access points. The applicant this was not part of the initial proposal. They were able to work out an agreement with the property owner. It's the same property owner that owns this property. So Walcam Development owns this property, as well as this property down here that's kind of in the white area. So they would provide this secondary access point out onto New Riverside Road. At the Planning Commission meeting in August 24th, the Planning Commission did recommend to approve with the condition that they were to provide an updated traffic impact analysis based off of the current conditions, and that any mitigation measures that were included in that would be provided prior to that final development plan approval. The late addition to your packet prior to it being sent out was on October 5th. A traffic impact analysis was provided. And the results of that, as you can see here, was that the New Riverside Road at Midpoint Boulevard, that's that main entrance. We're saying that that an exclusive eastbound right turn lane should be constructed. Currently, there's one lane going out, one lane going in. So what they're proposing is now you will have two lanes that will go out. So the one lane will be a left and through, and then you'll have one that is a right turn lane. And that right turn gets you out onto New Riverside Road, heading towards Palmetto Bluff. And then in phase, yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Clarity. The second road, that's not what you just spoke to, or is it?
No.
Okay, you're talking about the main entrance.
Main entrance, yes, sir.
Okay.
Talking about altering the road that exists right now.
Correct. So this road right here, so this is the main entrance right here.
Right.
So as part of this development, including the secondary access road, improvements to the main road, the existing road, because right now it only has one lane that exits. So the improvements are to construct a right turn lane. So then they will have a lane that will go through into the school and turn left onto New Riverside Road, and then they'll have a lane that'll turn right onto New Riverside Road. So the left one goes to the roundabout, the right one goes towards Palmetto Bluff.
One more question on that.
Yes, sir.
The left that goes towards the circle, that will be a left out and a right in?
So I believe that as of right now, there is and I'll have to confirm, I don't have the close-up aerial. I believe there's a left turn into the site right now. And there is if you're coming from the circle, there's already a right turn lane into the development.
Okay.
So what this is doing is, inside that development, got a map here. I don't know if you can see the little red dot here.
Mm-hmm.
So what will happen now is that part of this approval is they're going to make improvements to this intersection. So instead of one lane going out, they're going to now have two lanes going out.
Two lanes going out?
Yes, so.
Okay, how do they get in?
So right now, there's one lane going in. So the one lane going in is just fine.
Okay, so, but the 2 lanes, that's the new,
What and maybe this will help. So by providing that second right turn lane, it reduces the amount of vehicles that are stacked. Because what happens is there's a delay of cars trying to turn left. And what that does is that blocks those cars that are trying to turn right. So by having that right lane, you now limit those vehicles that they now have the ability to turn right and get out faster than they would going to the left.
That part I understand. But if I wanted to go home into this development,
So there's a right turn lane on New Riverside Road that pulls off coming from the traffic circle, turning right in, and then there is a left turn lane coming from Palmetto Bluff that you can queue into to go left into the neighborhood. That pulls you off of New Riverside, so you don't have to sit in New Riverside Road.
Thank you.
How long is that proposed second lane?
Well, as of right now, it's not determined. So that will happen during the development plan process. So what we would do is we would actually work with a traffic engineer to confirm that what length that needs to be. And then we'll also work with Beaufort County traffic engineering that they can provide some assistance just to confirm that we're getting the appropriate length. So as of right now, that the specific amount is not known, but we will have that during that development plan review process.
How are we going to know what we're approving if we don't?
Well, you would be approving, and I have that here in some potential conditions, that you're stating, yes, we want to make sure that there is a right turn lane that's appropriate to allow for the vehicles to exit.
So before you go, on the secondary road, is that subject to fire and whomever to approve that? Because it's a lot of sharp lefts and rights.
Right.
I mean, if you're talking about distance from New Riverside on the main road, is this subject to, or is it subject to getting final approval, and wonder if they say, oh, no, we can't do it? What do we do?
So, and that's where I was getting, we get through that main,
We jumped
midpoint,
ahead,
yeah.
I know.
So you have Midpoint Boulevard portion of it, which under phase 1 is to provide that turn lane that we're talking about out of the main entrance. And then also during phase 2 of development, so when they move forward with, the first 200 homes is making sure that lane is constructed. When they get through the entire development, it's coming back and then conducting a full signal warrant analysis at that point to determine if a traffic signal is necessary there. So the fact that the traffic, I believe that the applicant's traffic engineer is here, and he'd be able to provide some of those answers for you.
Do you mind us stopping you and asking these questions? I've got about 30.
Yes, ma'am. That's completely fine with me.
So, question on that. It's a private road. I've got issues with making, in that traffic study, it was like coordinate with May River High School. It's not May River High School's fault that more people are being moved in. So I don't think May River High School should be listed there, because I think that gives some intimation that they are going to pay for some of this red light. That's just how I read it when I read the report. Has Palmetto Bluff owners talked about it, because it's their road and it's a private road? So could we not say the traffic signal goes up now, because we all know good and well it's going to warrant one? Because it is a private road, it's not a state road. Can't we have one installed but with less scrutiny on it? Sorry.
Again,
we're all learning and re-listen, and the people at public comment had very good comments.
Right.
So it made me think of other things.
So, again, this is the conceptual master plan. So we're kind of putting these items into place, and then during the development plan review process is where the actual, you talk about that road, the traffic light, potential design, the design of the improvements on New Riverside Road. All of those happen during that process. That's the actual construction documents. So right now is the master plan, and you're looking at a higher level, and using the review criteria that were provided in the report, and then making specific conditions. So, and I have a few conditions just from hearing previous discussion, that it might be capturing some of those concerns that you have if you were to approve that. So, I mean, at that point, if you would like to have the applicant speak on something regarding that, or if I can go through the entire presentation.
How much longer your presentation is?
Well, I've just got a lot of questions that probably don't need the presentation because I looked at it, but do y'all want him to go through the presentation?
I think he might answer a few of these that's on our mind. For example, the second road and things like that. I think he'll answer some of
Go
that.
through it, and we'll just keep starting.
That's fine. And as a reminder, this is an amendment, so there's already an existing approved master plan that's out there.
Right. Just to, so I know, it's very similar to when Landings at New Riverside came before us.
Yes.
And we talked about sidewalks on driveways and overflow parking, and we have that ability because we didn't ask for them to come before us
Right.
to amend anything.
Yes,
So
they could apply for a development plan tomorrow.
I understand that, but we're not there, so we have a lot of comments we can make to hopefully make it better. Here you go.
I agree.
So, first access point, and then the second access point is to the construction of just, it would be a single lane. Since it's secondary, it doesn't necessarily need to have a left turn and a right turn out of there. And then also just confirming sight distance and stopping distances, which would all be picked up during the development plan review process. This is a phasing plan. As you can see, phase one, the line kind of goes, picks up 4 of these BMPs here, homes, as well as that construction of that secondary access point. Review criteria, they're all listed in the staff report. If you have questions about them, I'm happy to go over any specific one of them. Your actions are to approve with conditions, or to deny this request. As you can see, this did go through Planning Commission. It was tabled in July and then came back in front of them, and they were able to approve in August. And then I'm able to answer any questions. It seems like you have a lot, as well as the applicant is here.
We
And
do.
they can answer some of the questions as well.
Do you have questions? I do too.
I more so have a concern. I remember in a similar situation and hearing from the residents and their concerns. I'm interested in knowing where the applicant is in making that meeting or setting up the opportunity to hear those concerns and address that, as much of what was raised is going to be a great impact to that area.
I believe that would be a question for the applicant.
Are you talking
Yeah,
about
that's what I'm saying. I'm concerned
HOA
about
study, or is that what you're talking about? Okay. That was on mine. Well, that's one less question, I guess. Do you want to?
Yeah, I would like to know, like, if they've made that, made an opportunity to extend that, because I think, it'd be, one of the things that struck me, they are, many of the residents here are working class, and so to ignore those concerns that will largely impact them, I think they're certainly deserving of that. So I personally wouldn't be able to vote on something without knowing that those issues have been addressed, or at least they're concerned about that.
And from a process standpoint, would you like to kind of all of you provide questions and then we go back through, or do you want to do one at a time? I think maybe.
Well, Lisa's got 30. It might help if we address.
Write the notes.
Applicant one at a time.
We might have a lot of the same.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, maybe take those notes and then.
Yep, we're working on.
Keep everybody.
I'm writing as well, and it will help to facilitate.
Okay. Anything else? Any questions, Larry?
Yes, I've got one question. It's the way I'm understanding it, the secondary access point will not be built until when? This one thing we're hearing, and one thing that I'd like to get clarification on, is the main road. The other folks say that they've been maintaining it and taking care of it. It's managed by the POA. I've read some of this, so I want some answers to that. And I also, I wish if this new road, if the road was built first and that was your construction entrance, instead of all the construction coming right through the main part of these people that are already calling that home would make a whole lot less feathers ruffle, I think. And I'm reading too where it says, at the end of this secondary access is a potential gated entry. So, I mean, I got so many questions. Is it going to be one community? Is it going to be a gate in the middle of it? All these things I got to have.
Sure.
And it may be too much for tonight. I don't know. You got saying, and I'm sure I'll have more, but that's just a start.
Just so you know, real quick, one of the conditions that staff is actually proposing is that road is constructed and that it is completed prior to the first so they use it as a haul road. There's actually an existing logging road that's out there right now. So they're going to use that. They're going to start for a hauling road and then make the improvements necessary. And then those improvements with that first level of asphalt, not the final one, they would have that. Staff is proposing that would be constructed in operation prior to that first certificate of occupancy for the first home. What that does is that makes sure that they are constructing it and they're using it and it is operational before that first home is finished.
So they don't really have to build it first, though. It's just, I mean, couldn't we say the road needs to be built first?
Yes, sir.
Because
you sure
you can go in there and build 200 homes.
Not get COs for any of them.
You know what I mean? Or yeah.
Yes, sir, you can.
You can also make
Come with
it,
a building permit.
well, it has to be just no construction traffic through the main road if this goes to a,
That's the key.
yeah, just no construction traffic on the main road. That's not fair to those roads. Do y'all want to go? You want me to just go and go?
No, go ahead. I think we all have the same questions, so go ahead.
So my questions, and you can, again, just write it down. The phasing, I saw the potential phasing somewhere, but do we hold tight to that as a town? Because I think that helps with hopefully trying to keep up with transportation. The HOA study was on mine. The standalone community, I don't think, and I'm going through my memory, I don't think I've ever seen anything like this behind a existing community and then someone decide to gate it. And you cannot, and you got to have access, I get that. But can council say no gates? Is that council's ability to do? That's a question for you. The traffic study, there is going to be a light. I would actually make as a motion that light go in and it's at the developer's cost. And they'd have to get approval from South Street. The tree ordinance, did we utilize our new tree ordinance on this? The timing.
I'm sorry, will during development, yes.
So we might find that they can't, we're doing a lot of things before we know. I wish we could flip this and know a lot of things before we say yes. It's very confusing and we're all learning. We know better, so we do better. Constructions, the vehicle construction, the timing of work, all these things I want to say, can we put this in? I do not like the gate. I think that's wrong in a community that's been in existence. Now people are going to use their road and these people cannot use their amenities. I just think that's wrong, period. Overflow parking, this is the same developer who did the landings, and I know we really talked about overflow parking, and I go through the landings, and I think we made really great recommendations on that, because you do find more families have more than 2 cars, and they use that graveled overflow at the landings, and if y'all want to remember it, ride through there. And then we wanted to make sure the sidewalk didn't go into the pad. So are we remembering that as a staff? I don't see that detail on this like we saw at both Shell Hall and landings.
And there are overflow parkings there. On this plan, it's kind of difficult to see, but there's small indentations throughout the community, including around the amenity center, and then I believe there's a few other locations where there would be some overflow.
And I just didn't see the park like was in the old plan. I mean, everything can be done better, but the way it was gridded out, it was just nice to see that park. I know our stormwater design guidelines have changed.
This doesn't show the actual placement of the lots either.
I know.
I mean, it's kind of generic.
So those are my concerns. I truly think these homeowners are correct. You lose your negotiating power when things are voted on, and I think they need to have confidence in their study. This could be done without our vote, but this came before us, so we get to try to make right a lot of wrongs. Anyway, that's all I got.
Kevin, this doesn't sound right. The complaints and public comments said there was no communication. That doesn't sound right. Why wasn't there any communication? Why didn't staff insist on communication?
I will state that at the very beginning of this process, staff did highly recommend to the applicant to hold a meeting.
But that didn't happen?
No, sir, I did not attend any meetings.
Then we don't have to talk about anything else. So the communication is done. I don't have anything else to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Well, again, I think y'all covered most everything. And those are all items that we know for a fact that the people that live there are important. And we did listen to Mr. Keel and his wife and the others, but we also, the mayor responded to Mr. Keel, so we did take those concerns in tonight. And one other question, two other questions. One was, and this is a memory issue for me, when we changed the UDO a long time ago, what was our minimum lot size?
I will state that the minimum lot size does not fall under this document. So this is under a different regulation.
Okay. Because, well, still, for information, what was the?
50.
50, because that's what caught my eye, was they were proposing 45. Okay. So there's nothing we can say about that, is what you're indicating. Correct. Okay. The other part is there's a little bit of RDUs left over. And if they'd like to contribute some of that back to our bank, we would be grateful for that if they want to help the community in some way. I got 69 units. I'm sure they'll try to apply them somewhere, but we're always open-minded to goodwill. And that's pretty much it. The secondary road is the main primary issue for me, and then the others are all good as well. Thank you.
Okay. You want me to provide just a quick recap, or I believe it was very clear to the applicants. Some of the concerns was the residents with the meetings with the POA, a lot of it dealing with the second entrance, the maintenance, no construction traffic, concerns with the location of the gate, concern that make sure that the secondary road is installed first before anything else. That this is kind of breaking it up and not necessarily a standalone community anymore. There's concerns again with the gate, the traffic study. You'd like to see the traffic light go in at the beginning of the development, timing of vehicles and the construction. Concerns about the amenities. You don't see a park like you saw in the previous plan. The placement of the lots. There's no communication with the applicants and the homeowners. Concerns from the public were heard by town council. Potential any residential dwelling units left over going back to the town, and again the road issue. So
I have a question. Yeah, me too.
Yes, sir.
At the I guess the amenities center, you were saying there were overflow parking possibly could be there?
Yes, sir.
In my POA, you don't have permission to park at the amenities center without asking for permission for overnight parking. That's not a great place to count your overflow parking.
Great, thank you.
All right.
The only other question I had on the traffic light, who are all the players in that decision-making process? It's not just us.
It would be South Street Partners. Obviously, they're the owners. The traffic engineers, both what's necessary So town council, town staff, we would also look to Beaufort County transportation staff for guidance, working with our executive team, the town attorney, just to confirm that we're making sure that we're getting everyone to the table.
Right, and I bring that up just so we're saying we want it, but then we need to get the feedback from all of these other individuals, I would think, before we jump.
Got it.
Can I ask a process question while you're getting that, Kevin? And maybe it's a Terry answer. We change things. We see where we can flip-flop annexation. Do we bring it to us before we even engage? Or what's our appetite for that? On this, is there a possibility to go through the tree? Because we're approving something that we don't even know that could be built. And is there not a way to go through the tree, the road layout, to make sure that council's looking at everything rather than voting? I'm asking.
Yeah, it's possible. I would look to Terry for exactly how we can do it, because right now the way the process is outlined is that the master plan is step 1. So they're asking to amend the master plan. After you have that approval, then you go to step 2, which is the development plan, and that's where it lists out what those requirements are. So that's where it states, the tree and topo and all of that. Certainly you can ask, others have provided that information at the start. So I think you can ask for it to go through that, kind of like contingent approval of development plan and that detailed level of that. I'm not sure exactly how it would work, but
I would think this is one of the first, if not second, projects that we're utilizing our tree ordinance on.
It is.
Where we never had it before. I guess we have things are different than 10 years ago. We have residents here, right, wrong, or indifferent, may have known that was going to be developed, may not, who knows what people tell them. So I just feel like we're voting on the maybes conditioned upon, but wonder if not, and then we have people that leave thinking this is what it is. I just think more information for us on.
Might I add, this development is, unfortunately, it's unique in the sense that a majority of it was actually cleared about 10 or 15 years ago. So there are some trees on the southern portion throughout here. There are a few trees that are of significance, but everything else was kind of just has grown back over time. So yeah, so it's not necessarily, we would try to find as many trees as possible that were worth saving, and there are some throughout.
I'm talking about the buffer, the new tree ordinance where the buffer, you can't count trees in the buffer. So
Right.
if there are no trees to count, don't we make them plant trees?
Yes.
Okay, that's what
And
I
the
thought.
reforestation fund.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to understand the mayor's concern about the gated community. I'm not sure I follow. Why would a gate not be something that they can consider here? First, right now, I really can't make out where the gate would be. Two gates?
Yeah.
Okay, so the gates.
Now, if I could, when this plan was designed, you can see right here, we have potential gate location out at the main entrance. So staff had the forethought to say, like, listen, we really feel that if you are to put a gate, any gate should be located here at the main entrance. Now again, during the actual construction design, we've designed to make sure that it worked properly and people would have access to, if they couldn't get through the gate, that they had the ability to to turn around and get back out. So that would be during the development plan process. But we made sure from this access point here that that gate would be located. And by having it at this further back, you're not necessarily preventing any of the residents from they would have access to it. It's just further back here. So there's no homes on this portion of the roadway.
The existing residents can drive through that gate, you're saying?
Yes, that would be the intent. Yes, ma'am.
Well, there wasn't a gate at Shell Hall, and then it was intended, and
Yes,
then
ma'am.
there is a gate, and now Pinecrest can't go through Shell Hall's gate.
Yes, ma'am.
Shell Hall can go through Pinecrest, and the same thing with Four Seasons and Cypress Ridge. And if you have a gate, the fees are more, and they're going to ask more for housing. And I feel sorry for residents. It's either one community. I don't know. I just don't like gates. Period. But that's my personal thought. But my reasoning was, if it's there, then residents who are new are going to use existing residents who are paying for their road maintenance using their roads. And there's no ability for all the roads to be used. All
Who owns the Cottontail Road in there? Does that belong to?
Midpoint POA.
It's turned over to the residents.
Yes, sir. Yes. All of the roads in this location are.
They give an easement for that road to be used for the new development when they obtained it?
Now, my understanding is that there's an easement to allow, because this site, again, this was an approved master plan, so there was always the intent of this road being used throughout the entire development.
Gotcha.
So the legal aspect of it allows for that entire development to be able to use this road. Now, I think some of the concerns are, and that's for the applicant to speak on, is the maintenance of that road. Who takes over the ownership of that road? Does the POA absolve into a new POA? Does that road then get taken over by this new POA? And then everyone is responsible for the maintenance of it. So.
And the communication between the developer and the POA, we need to hear.
Right.
Can we have them come up
Yeah,
and
so
address that?
applicants here, they can answer any questions beyond what I'm capable of answering.
Good. You follow and see if if you've taken notes, maybe
Yes,
they
ma'am.
can look at it.
Sure thing.
Okay.
All right.
Kevin, your last comments about the road, I think are extremely important. I mean, you didn't bring all that up a minute ago, and I think what you just said definitely needs to be resolved and looked into.
Yes, sir. Okay. I'll let the applicant speak.
Do you have your notes?
I've got a lot of notes. Thank you. I'm Rob Merrick of Pulte Group. I want to start by, thank you all for tonight, as well as Planning Commission that's worked with us diligently and staff on the feedback that they've given us to get to this point. Yes, we heard from the residents, and I want to go and clear up a few things that are out there for us. First, let's start with the gate. I did reach out to the HOA manager last week to let them know of our intentions before we ended up meeting with staff, that we would recommend having the gate to the very front of the community. That way, all the community would be behind the gate at that point. Also, when it comes to Midpoint Boulevard, yes, there was an easement agreement that's in place. That easement agreement that was in place was definitely not for the benefit of the Midpoint POA residents. There's no maintenance, no nothing that was entitled into it. So anybody that purchased that back section had egress and ingress through that main road without having any responsibility for the maintenance. We have spoken with the HOA multiple times, and we are in the process right now of drawing up a new easement agreement that will be presented to them. Once again, it's always been laid out. We've told them from the beginning where we stand with that Pulte will take the responsibility of Midpoint Boulevard, as well as all the maintenance during the construction period until the last home is built at that point. Also, when the gate is moved to the front, if they agree to have the gate at the front of the community, that will be no charge to their POA, so no additional fees will be. Pulte will maintain the electric, everything that the gate install, everything that is required for that gate. Once the neighborhood is complete at the end, as far as the easement goes down the road, again, now the share will be Pulte because of the size of the community, 400 homes back there. There'll be 80% of the maintenance down Midpoint Boulevard. Now, again, understanding that right now, Midpoint Boulevard POA they maintain 100% of the maintenance down that road. So with that being said, also the concern was the construction traffic. Well, because of the construction traffic and, of course, talking with staff and planning commission, we went back and we were able, luckily, we don't get to see this too often, that we were able to secure a secondary entrance into the community. So now that secondary entrance, all the residents in that community will be able to utilize that secondary entrance in there. Again, the reason primarily for that as well on the front side of it is to take the construction traffic off of Midpoint Boulevard, because we did hear the residents and we did hear their concerns of what they have. So the bulk of that traffic coming down at the beginning will be coming down the secondary access. As we talked about before, the road completion up until the final grade, to last house, we put the final grade on the road. We don't want to do a fine, polished road when we got tons of construction traffic going over top.
So are you speaking about the final house and the final stage, or are you talking about stage one? Phase one?
So the CO. So as of right now, all the residents, let's say all the residents in Midpoint in the first phase, they've all been doing the same access coming in and out of the neighborhood that they've had from the beginning, correct? So the secondary entrance, by the time we'll be running all the construction traffic down the secondary entrance for especially the site work, all the haulers, things like that, going down that. So it will not be coming down the Midpoint Road Boulevard. Now, with that being said, what we're going to do is by the completion of the CO for the first home that we have, first resident, in that second phase, that road will be complete except for the top final layer of that road. It will be asphalt, but it will not be the finished asphalt. That will be done at the very end once all construction is complete down. But the road will be accessible, and it will be able for all the residents to be able to go on and off of it.
Which is really typical, because.
Correct.
I'm still trying to understand what you just said. At the completion of your phase one?
So at the
I saw a
completion
picture a while ago where we have two phases, right?
Right.
200 homes and 200 homes.
Actually, it's broken up into multiple phases on there. So
the road will be used.
Yeah, that's it right there. That's it right there.
All of construction will go through there.
Clearly state that.
Just so I understand.
Yeah, and I want to make sure we're.
So all of the construction will go through the new road. The road's going to be built before you start doing anything else back there,
The
right?
construction can go down the road right now if it wanted to. There is a road that is in place that's there now. It is a dirt road, it's a rough road, but we're going to clean that up and make sure it's usable. And yes, that is the direction and the intent for that secondary access.
So when you just say you build 100 homes in here, are the people who live in those or buy those homes, because I know you're going to build 5 and sell 5, or you know what I mean? You're going to be selling as you go. You're not going to wait until you build 200 homes to sell them.
Absolutely. Right. Our business model, we want to sell homes. After the CO of the first home, so when we receive CO of the first home and that new resident goes to move, that first resident goes to move into that home, into our section, yes, that's when that road will be complete. So now everybody, starting from even our community as well as the front, will be able to have access.
You said that after completion that y'all would maintain 80% of the Midpoint Boulevard?
Yeah, so basically after all the construction is complete, coming down, the neighborhood's sold out at that point. Until we complete the whole section, we're going to maintain all of Midpoint Boulevard 100% during the construction until we sell the last home, home 400 or whatever it might be, 5 years, 6 years down the road. Whenever we sell that final home, then it will revert back to the whole POA, and then it'll be distributed per rational. So every home will at that point.
So are we going to have 2 POAs, or we're going to have 1?
Again, the POAs is a whole different animal. The legalities of the POA, they have their covenants and restrictions for the front section. We are a separate community. So it's
going to have a different name back there too?
So they're going to be separate. Well, we've talked about that, whether it should be a different, like you go into many neighborhoods. You have in Palmetto Bluffsburg, you got little sections of it that you have that might be that specific little neighborhood. Now, so we could have that in there, but it will be 2 standalone POAs. Now, if there's any cost sharing that's in place, the POAs, and this is where the attorneys come in with their language and the agreements and things to make sure who's going to pay who for what, as far as the maintenance goes. But most likely, how we've done things in the past, Pulte will maintain as the the primary party that handles all the maintenance, construction, things like that. And then usually the smaller POAs will pay their portion of what that is into the Pulte Association. These are things that, like I said, that we're working through, but we can't, we don't want to hold up a construction as we're trying to work through these details, because they are two separate POs. And that goes back again. I can present anything to them. They have to vote on it. They have to have a vote. They have to, in reading their covenants and restrictions, the votes that they have to have are pretty significant if they can even do it. So that's been some of the holdup on this as well, is whether or not they can actually do the vote to be able to accommodate what they want. We're even offering a proposal to them to where they can buy into the amenity package, but again, to buy into that amenity package, as far as everybody's got to pay. If you're in an HOA, of course, everybody pays a portion to be part of the amenity. Am I correct? Okay, so go ahead.
So when did you start this communication? I thought you said
this communication
last week there was a.
This communication started about 3 months ago, and I believe it's in the package. I presented emails, documents, and things like that from the communication that was requested. We also did have a community workshop that we met across the way, so that is, in fact, we did have that community workshop.
How well was that attended?
We had Midpoint residents, and that's where we gained some of the information regarding the being able to offer the option to be able to buy into the amenity. We talked about the construction access. We even had folks from the Haven attend as well. So we were able to answer a lot of those questions during that period. But ongoing conversations are being had through this whole process. So as far as good faith, we have definitely been acting in good faith to get these things done for them.
Larry, you finished? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just kind of shocked because you're saying something and we listen to all these people that live there and they're saying something absolutely different. So I'm just trying to, who's telling the truth and who's not?
Absolutely, and I believe in the packet that I saw that was presented in the final packet, it showed the correspondence and the emails that I provided to Planning Commission when they requested it at that time. So all of that information is in there as well. And I'm more than happy to send you the budgets and the communication that, we've had with the agreements and the attorneys and things like that.
Midpoint.
With the Midpoint. Yeah, I've been working through the HOA, their HOA manager, Chelsea. This is who I've been contacting with. Now, Midpoint's attorney and, of course, our attorney will come together for the final language on the agreements.
Gate. It was mentioned that the gate would move to the front.
That was what I proposed.
Agreed. Okay. That makes it look like one community in a way.
That is correct. And that was one of the requests that they had. So with that being said, we said, okay, we'll offer to move that gate to the front so it could be one community. Again, they have to vote on it. If they agree to it, then great. We're more than happy to do that for them. We're more than happy to do any of these things, but their association has to vote on those items.
So there's no confusion. If you do that, you wouldn't put up a second gate behind it, would you?
No, sir. There'd be one gate.
Okay.
The meetings that had or didn't happen, however that goes, because it's still in the middle of somewhere, I think it's only going to be administered properly when our staff is in the meeting and all parties are invited. Are you willing to provide that?
Yeah, we're willing to go through anything, but now we were directed at the Planning Commission, that I believe, that Planning Commission made it clear that anything between HOAs and POAs are not to be handled within a staff, Planning Commission, or handled as far as through the town. Those are private.
But we're the final say, so we can,
I would just,
we can deny their recommendation.
Something that's factual and not, I'm going to do.
Well, and I have provided some of the communication that's been back and forth between us. So it is in the packet there.
Okay, back to my question. Are you willing to be a part of that discussion?
Sure. Be more than happy to.
Good. Very good. Then we need to set up a meeting so that all the things that you are saying today can be conveyed to Midpoint residents, and they can ask questions and they can get their question answered. It sounds like you have a lot of answers that they may not be privileged to at this point. So, because talking to the property owner management, and I think I'm fall under that same property owner's management. That's poor communication right there.
I just noticed, y'all have the same manager, he's on Hilton Head.
So I think there's a good opportunity here for us to move forward, but it's always important that communication is a part of how we make our decision too.
And I understand that. And I appreciate that very much. And it is for us too. This is why we have been actively doing what we have to try to listen to their concerns and be able to address them.
What's
It's not going unnoticed.
What's the time frame to get to that point of their study being finished and you agreeing to it?
The budget is done. I've already
The study,
the
not the
study,
budget, the study, the HOA understanding, because,
or whatever.
yeah, what is that?
To
Because
come up with an agreement about.
So, again, go ahead. I'm sorry.
When is it going to be in writing?
So, what we have, and that's a good question. So, as of today, I was hoping to have it delivered to them today prior to the meeting. That was the plan. Of course, after reviewing it, there were some things in there that I was like, okay, hold on, that's not right. So, it goes back to the attorney. Attorney is redrawing it up. Like you said, I wanted to deliver both. One, the budget of what it would cost to be able to join if they wanted to be part of the POA, I mean, not the POA, part of the amenity package. And two, the easement agreement, basically the easement agreement that covers the road now. 'Cause again, there's already an easement agreement in place. We already have access to the road. So the new agreement, making sure that we're covering the expenses and the things like that, and then also what happens after the place is completely built out.
I think that's important because I've been here to see changes, and I just go back to Shell Hall and Pinecrest. That was supposed to be from the former mayor and council interconnectivity, and Shell Hall got a gate, not thinking when Pinecrest was going to meet Shell Hall's final phase with Kay Hovnanian. It's really caused a mess. I mean, you could put a gate there and Midpoint could put a gate at the front. I mean, it just is crazy. So, and I go back to cost. I'm a little concerned when gated communities, and I know landings today is 500,000, 600,000, 700,000, and you look at Midpoint that's still in the 300s, and you're not going to build things for the 300s. So you're going to have different people with different funding, and you're going to have a gate, and I just see it. I see it not working, and you'll be gone, and we'll still be here. So I want to make sure that council, if y'all want a meeting, I think your HOA study needs to be sent to them. It sounds like it's in your lap, so I think you need to get it to them.
Can you help explain, tell me one more time, when I didn't follow on the gate. I just want to make sure I'm following.
Terry, thank you, was writing down some things that we had all talked about. If we were going to do a motion today, and I don't know where we are on that, we would make the construction access, the second access construction. There'd be no construction access through the main gate. There'd be no gate. But maybe the neighbors, I think you give some clout to the neighbors who bought there. Do they want a gate? If they want a gate doesn't keep people out, but, put a gate up there. Gates break. The traffic light, the overflow parking, sidewalk locations, unused dwelling units taken off the books. Those are things that we are that he heard from us. So do you want them to get an HOA study to them? Or?
Personally, yeah. And one more quick question, just to try. I heard through some of the emails I may have received.
Oh, another one?
When this first phase of Midpoint was built, what, 10 years ago? How long has it been?
Started in 2004.
Oh, well, 16, 18 years ago. Were there supposed to be amenities for Midpoint when your company built that too, right?
No.
Oh, okay.
Village Park Homes built the front.
Village Park built that, so y'all weren't promised anything except for highway coming through.
Councilman Toomer, so you can see on this is the current master plan. So this is what has been approved. You can see there's areas of green, specifically this one down here just says recreation, but nothing ever happened. So it's pine trees, it's just scrub trees. There's a few other areas that have parks, but at that time, I don't think that they had programmed any additional amenities, a pool or anything like that. Now, that just because this master plan doesn't show that does not mean that they weren't considering that. So, but that's just, it's unknown at this point.
Well, in my world and outside of here, when Southern Oaks and Meadows and Midpoint were all developed, it was just different types of neighborhoods. And I was always of the understanding Midpoint was going to be more of that neighborhood. Just a nice neighborhood, kind of adjacent Pinewood, Salt Farm, where the amenities weren't over the top. And then you had Southern Oaks that had a little amenity, and then you had the Meadows, I think it's the Meadows, that had more amenities. But none of them had a gate. So if the residents that live there want a gate, and y'all can figure that out, go for it.
And again, as far as the gate goes, Pulte was taken even after the gate's installed. You talked about maintenance and things like that. Pulte has taken 100% of the responsibility of that maintenance.
The Havens gate's usually open. I mean, the gates are gate. Anyway, we're kind of going around in circles.
We are.
Terry suggested tabling. Does someone want to do that motion, or?
You ready for a motion?
I think so.
I move that this agenda item be tabled until such time as the developer has a meeting or workshop with the POA and Phase 1 owners to discuss the outstanding issues. Once the meeting workshop is held, this matter will be put back on our agenda.
I need to add that staff is in that meeting as well.
No one seconded it to include staff. Do you want to say to include staff?
Can staff intervene with two POAs?
They can't intervene. Well, we got to do a second now, then we can amend it.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, but let's do a second and then we can amend that.
Staff can be in the meeting. Staff can
I need a second so we can.
Then you did Cypress Ridge.
To include
You could simply amend the motion, as Councilman Hamilton mentioned, by saying that the town will be notified of when this meeting is going to be held, and the staff has the right to attend.
Has the right to attend.
With that amendment, I think we take care of it. And
But we didn't second the first one, so why are we amending it when we had, yeah, we
okay,
didn't.
just go ahead and add that to the motion.
Withdraw your motion and then start over.
What you want to do?
You can withdraw it.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay.
Now, we want to add on here.
Now you wanted to make a motion.
So they're going to have the workshop that's held.
Another sentence, and staff be notified and has the right to attend. They're not there to mediate, they're there to, like they did with Cypress Ridge.
We're there to report back to y'all.
Kevin doesn't have to run the meeting.
He doesn't have enough to attend right now.
So they're going to attend and
Just be notified and attend.
Notified and attend.
Well,
Do you want me to do it?
your information was good.
I'll make sure you get what you need.
Okay, let me give it a shot. Is there a motion that this agenda item, which is item number 5 under formal items, be tabled until such time that the developer has a meeting/workshop with the POA and Phase 1 owners to discuss outstanding issues? This meeting shall occur within 3 weeks. Staff will be notified and be there to attend. Once the meeting workshop is held, this matter will be put back on the agenda.
Would you like it to be held? Do you have any specific?
How is that motion? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Okay. Any discussion? So we'll include this. Kim, I'll give you this. So you have it. Any discussion? No, you can discuss. We're in
I think
discussion.
it might be beneficial if we make this room available. So our staff would be here. I think that might work out, so they have a large enough room for enough people. The folks that are here, don't make sure that you get the word out, if you would please. And I guess you would do
There you go. We are welcome. We are happy to have you, but please know we have meetings on Tuesday and Wednesday. But this room is great for that. It would be great if it doesn't cost. Okay, there's a motion and a second, and I have it here for the record. Any other discussion? Thank you, Terry. All in favor, state by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That's unanimous. Okay. Kim, you know my scribble.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
sure if you want to take that.
Why, is this a long segment?
Well, he's going to be presenting that, and then,
That's it.
yeah, go ahead.
Does the town manager like to take a 2-minute break?
Please.
2 minutes, guys.
She's called us all out before. She just called you
Kevin
out.
promised that this was going to be a quick one.
Okay, is there a motion to break for 2 minutes?
So moved.
Second, any discussion? All in favor, state by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. It's at 8 o'clock.
Bluffton. So this project has been in the making for over the past 2 years, and actually a little bit longer than that. So just some background information is required by state law. So what is a comprehensive plan? It's a long-range policy document that will help guide us over the next 10 years. We're required to have a full update every 10 years and then an audit every 5 years. That's a minimum. So anytime we can always make changes to it. Planning Commission, one of their major responsibilities is providing this recommendation to town council, and they took that very seriously. We have the 10 elements that were provided in this document. These are all required by law. You can see them on the screen here. As we go through this, if you have questions, I'm happy to answer it. We did a lot of data collection, so there's a lot of other plans out there, both regional, local plans that we use to provide input towards moving this document forward, as well as just some the assessment here. Throughout this entire document, we provide a lot of great information in graphic form, so that way it's easy to read. So you can see examples include median household income, the median age, and average family size. Community engagement. Well, as you know, we went through COVID, and it was difficult, but we were able to get people involved. We had acts of God that stopped some of our meetings, power outages here at Town Hall, tornado threats, you name it. We had it specifically on those meetings, but we're able to get through it and then hold these roundtable meetings with steering committees and stakeholders. Some of the community engagement, as you can see on here, some of the favorite things and then some of the concerns, and you can see a lot of those kind of overlap each other. A lot of people, specifically the May River, that's a big one, where they felt that was what brings people here, but then the overdevelopment and what's going to cause or what issues would we have with the May River with that overdevelopment. Themes. We had various goals and themes associated with this. So each element had its own goal and theme. And what we did is, from a structural standpoint, you have your goal, which is what are we trying to accomplish here, our objective, how we're going to get there, and then the action is how we're going to do it. One example is the land use element, and that's where the goal is envision a more balanced Bluffton. The objective is to improve the town's regulatory development framework. And one of the actions is review the workforce affordable housing requirements to ensure they result in the provision of housing that's affordable to low and moderate income families. We had 166 action items throughout this document. So we've got a lot of work ahead of us over the next 10 years. From a time frame, we have a prioritization that's shown in there. And I'd like to say that just because something that was listed as a low priority doesn't mean it's not a priority. It's just from a workflow standpoint, which are the ones that we want to move forward with first. And at any time, even if something's low, you as town council can say, we want to elevate that and bring that to a higher priority. Planning Commission did a fantastic job. They took this to heart. When the draft that came out, we started reviewing this. We held multiple workshops. All of these were open to the public. We had a lot of public input from that. We have one person here that provided some input. Some of the other individuals that were here earlier provided input as well. But all these meetings were open to the public. We had them streamed, and Planning Commission took the time to go through this. I believe we had over 900 various comments and questions throughout this document from Planning Commission. So they made sure that they were reading through this very closely. So at the September 28th meeting, the Planning Commission voted to approve with the following condition, and this was per Mayor McCracken, was to include and mention the cultural resources section that oyster harvesting, a unique component to Bluffton's fabric, remains a viable commercial operation to this day. So we're going to make sure that prior to that final plan that you approve on second reading, we'll have this document or this quote included into the cultural resources section. Next steps, this evening we're here for a first reading. We'll bring this back to you at the November 8th final reading and public hearing. Your actions are to approve with any additional amendments to it, or to deny the request. I hope you don't do that. I'm happy to answer any questions in discussion. And I do have a proposed motion for you, which does include that the comment about the oyster harvesting, and also to allow staff to provide if there's any minor revisions that are necessary that are not content-based, but just from a grammatical standpoint, that we can make those corrections. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Kevin, why didn't you tell us it was going to be 2 minutes? We could have stayed.
That's okay, we're all happy. So I have a.
Keep going?
I mean, I got the document pulled up and we can go through it page by
Well,
page.
I'm trying to get to all your attachments because I met with y'all Thursday talking about.
Yes, so you had questions about the annexation, the future annexation map. What we can do is prior to that second reading, if that map, we can reduce the size down of it. I know that you had concerns about the Alljoy area. What we can do is we can kind of readjust the line of where the proposed future annexation area would be, kind of reduce the size of it. Again, any annexation first has to be contiguous with the town. So that's number one criteria. And everything is required to come in front of you. The application is required to come in front of you. So you would have the authority from the very beginning to say yay or nay to move forward with any proposed annexation.
Well, you weren't there when I was fussing Larry was leaving it up. I looked at the whole comp plan. Future annexation map was in it.
Okay.
I don't see it here, but the reason I asked council to know, I don't know if y'all get these. I think everyone in Alljoy, as the line goes around there, they index all the things on the to see what it's there for. So do y'all have energy to shrink our annexation area, or are you okay with it?
It's just people who don't understand the process. They started this a few months ago with a Facebook post about how Bluffton's wanting to sell Alljoy as waterfront property and get whatever, just all kinds of stuff. So I made it real clear on there exactly how the process works. Is we don't annex property; the property owners annex their property into the town. I mean, we don't go out and solicit annexation. Can't. So if you leave it on there, and someday they want to come into the town, so be it. And if they don't understand and they talk smack, we just have to educate them and tell them the way it is.
I agree, because for a person dead set or intent on disagreeing, they're always going to disagree. And it's almost like the adage that comes to mind for me is what the DMV uses, ignorance of the law is no excuse. So if the education is there, if it's been stated what is and what isn't, at this point, it's more so those who just refuse to acknowledge what exists. And I don't think we should be getting into a never-ending game of back and forth with that.
I didn't have a problem with it.
The only thing I wanted to add to that is right now in the current, there is no annexation or future annexation map. So, we could add it, not add it. If we're silent on it, it doesn't say what or which.
Right, but I just had so many changes, and I look at the old comp plan with certain attachments, and now we have a new comp plan, and now they're missing attachments. I just want them to know, no, it's not in there. It's not in there. It just shows annexation history, so maybe that calms them. It's not in there, but it definitely caused issue with it being in there, the last comp plan. So if we were going to add it.
Well, we could do two things. We could either add it now, or we could add a recommendation to consider.
They sound like they don't agree with it, so it's not. But it's not in there as we have it. So I just wanted y'all to know what I So, any other questions?
Would you rather it not be in there? I mean, if people are calling you complain,
It pops up a lot. They pull up, now we have a new comp plan. So the new comp plan's not going to show it. But in the past comp plan, it went everywhere. Anyone in here probably has, Lindy, you lived in that area, you've heard it. Bluffton's going to annex all of us. And and we educate, but it doesn't matter. They don't listen.
Well, then put a disclaimer in there.
So if it's not in, I just.
don't mark it on there. If they don't put it in there, then
there you go.
They won't think. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I have one more statement. I just wanted to acknowledge Charlotte Moore, principal planner. She was the head of this project. She did a fantastic job throughout this entire process. I know she had probably quite a few sleepless nights just also dreaming about a comprehensive plan. So she did a fantastic job with this.
You're going to have to meet Dave Jurassic one day, because he's their person, and Heather was hired as a subcontractor to do it with him. So y'all go have a drink. Okay, is there a motion to approve the ordinance to adopt an updated 2022 comprehensive plan for the town of Bluffton, known as Blueprint Bluffton?
So moved.
Should I whack? Shoot. Is there a second? Any discussion? Do you know you're going to include the cultural resources, or do we have to add that in the motion?
I know you're including it.
Okay. Any discussion? All in favor, say by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? How many years? 7? Do we do another one?
10 years, and then a 5-year for just an update.
5 years, so 27, we update.
We'll bring this back to you with second reading.
Is there a motion to, consent agenda items. Is there anything you'd like more information on? They're all very worthy to be discussed, but if not, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second? Any discussion? All in favor, state by saying aye.
Aye.
That's opposed? That's unanimous. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Thank you.